Are we live? There we go. All right. Excuse me. Nope. Uh-oh. Where'd restring go? Oh, that's right. I can't. I got to bring it to the front. My little thing died. So I can't have two screens at the moment. So everything's on one screen now. Excuse me. So anybody out there, it looks like we are connected to things. Interesting. Facebook has everyone so far. Yell out and tell me if you can hear me. Hear me and see me. Hello. Anyone? Wow, holy Hannah. That's a lot. Is that real? Someone dumped. It looks like there's a dump over from someone. Well, hello, all you people. How are we doing? Hopefully, I just started up, so tonight I'm just working on this pendant, sort of a modern take on the Navajo squash blossom necklaces. So we're working on that, and I'm taking answers and questions and answers. So if anyone has any questions, please feel free to ask. I'll work through any of your problems. But I'm just going to kind of fuddle futz on this for a bit until we come up with something y'all want to talk about more. So here we go. Okay, got someone from Facebook saying they can see me and hear me. Anyone from YouTube, Twitch, or what's that other thing? The whatever that is, Microsoft's whatever. No one's there, so it doesn't matter. So someone from Pixologic, from Twitch. So we have a Facebook and a YouTube. Someone from Twitch yell at me and make sure that everything's okay. As I said, we can work on anything you want. I'm just working on this right now, but if anyone has any questions, feel free to ask and we can work on those. Still no one from Twitch. Just someone from Twitch reach out and say, yes, you can hear me and see me. And that will be helpful. All right, well, for some reason, everyone on Twitch is silent. That's rare. Can't even get a hello out of anyone. Wow. We had 200 people come in, and I lost 200 people. Look at that. No one likes me on Twitch. Yeah, no. All right. This design? No, I was working on this one at home. Last week we were working on some of the rings for this line. I've been kind of working on this line, so they've been kind of creeping into the streams. But yeah, I don't think I worked on this live. I might have. The streams bleed together because I eventually go to questions and answers and I lose track of what I'm doing. So honestly, I have no clue. Oh, you see what we're doing wrong here though. Hold on. I thought I had Z turned on. Okay, first things first, let's get this thing facing the right direction. No, no one from Twitch. There were hundreds of people there a few minutes ago. Am I dead to Twitch? Is that why we lost all those people? I'm not really a people counter, but it is sad when you can lose, you know, almost 200 people in less than a couple minutes. How do you know that you are not an attractive young lady wearing a tank top? You lose Twitch streamers like that. Oh, all right. I don't know what to say. Okay, I guess Twitch can't hear me or see me. But you can definitely see me. Right? I don't have speakers, so I can't. There are 13 people on Twitch. At least someone just say hello so I know that I'm not just yabbering to the wind. Nope. Very weird. Okay, that's bizarro. Well, I can't. I don't have the internal speakers on this aren't connected, and I just disconnected that, so I can't see. I mean, you can definitely see me. And it says there are 18 people there. But no one is saying that, yes, they can see me or hear me. Oh, okay. Well, thanks. So who knows? Maybe everyone on Twitch just doesn't like me today. So how are we doing in another week of isolation? Quarantine, or whatever we're calling it. Things going well in your part of the world? How are we doing? I was a little shocked. My class sold out really fast. That was a good thing. See? No, that's what I'm right, aren't I? If I were slightly more visually compelling and female and young, I think I'd have a better following. It's true. Oh well. Nothing I can do about that one, sadly. I was not born with the tools to make myself a social media pop star. You know, honestly, it's funny. The quarantines really don't change my life much. I don't leave my house much anyway, so it's not like a huge change. I travel around with a spray bottle of isopropyl, and I have my little mask. So I'm a your germaphobe, so it's kind of a psychological nightmare for me because I'm just like, ugh. But all in all, it's okay. We live in a little town, and what are our statistics? I don't know. Let's check it out. Nope, that's not it. That's my class. There it is. Let's refresh. Yeah, see, in our county, there are only 17 cases and 2 deaths. It's just all around us is, Seattle and stuff is pretty brutalized. What are we at? 588,000, 23,000 deaths. So, yeah, we're still hammering it. I guess it's when these things start to spread out here is when America's really going to get nailed and everyone's going to lose it. Because, thing is, big cities, people don't think about it, but look, these are starting to go dark when all this down here turns red, and they're getting hit by hurricanes or tornadoes and stuff. Jesus. It's like a blah. Do not want to live there. It's true. But yeah, no, all in all, I'm okay. Hey, Blackpix, how we doing? See, someone was super nice to dump all their viewers onto me, and I was just starting. I wasn't exciting enough to keep them. I guess I shouldn't say that out loud. ZBrush will drop me as a streamer. I don't generate enough traffic. Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen. Hopefully. All right. Come on. But I am pretty excited. My class sold out in a week, so that's good. So I guess that makes me think again and again what a jackass I am for not having my my website finished. I so suck at making websites. I really need to make a website, and I don't even know where to start. I'm just like, I can't even. It's so frustrating. It is so frustrating. This is the Vertex class. So Ryan started this. It's a different thing. So this is a 6-week course. So I guess we have a wait list for another one. But then I have this, which is going to be my module driven course. But I'm trying to get it done right. So it's because I'm going to charge $1,000 for lifetime, right? You only pay once, and then you're a member, and then it'll go and get bigger and blah blah blah. But if people can't afford it, we'll let them make payments or something. We'll figure it out. But I just want a one payment kind of lifetime membership thing, because let's face it, if we have reoccurring payment things and you change it, no one ever goes back to making payments, and it's just easier, I think. But yeah, this is the one I'm doing starting Saturday. Yeah, it's Ryan's new thing. I swear, I think I have like 5 different websites that's Ryan started with me, or I guess for me, We had what was started at ZBrush workshops, and then we went to, I can't remember what his second one was, and then it was jewelry tech, and then there's this one. So I don't know. I never know what that man's doing. But for quick little things like this, it's good because I can start a class. Yeah, and the nice thing is as soon as I get that set up, I'll start I have to figure out how to work out testing. And then I'll also start running a certificate program where you actually go through the education, get tested, so that if you have that certificate, everyone knows you can accomplish X, Y, and Z. And so I'll run certificate programs, which obviously, will cost more, but you'll be able to apply what you paid to it, something like that. But Shinya. And then eventually we're going to try to get a small manufacturing facility tied to it so we can, because that's one of the biggest problems my students have out there, and I would argue anyone has, is if you're up and coming or just trying to work stuff out, trying to get affordable manufacturing is almost impossible in this country. So we'll work it out one way or the other. So we have either an agreement or, an amalgamation with a pre-existing foundry, or we'll build our own, as it goes on. So the community should grow, but it also should be, a really good resource for, because the nice thing about my group is that I have people who are world-class jewelers who know nothing about ZBrush. And I also have world-class ZBrushers who know nothing about jewelry. So the forums, the cross-sharing of information is really good. And I think that a very active forum and community could come out of it. And that's kind of the goal, to create a place that is a viable community, Because at the end of the day, the thing that I want more than anything is a big, powerful, useful community, because the bigger the community we have, the more I can parlay that into some soft power so we can get deals with printer companies, deals with manufacturers. Because if I have, let's say, 1,000 students or 1,000 members who are all trying to make a living, those are the people who are going to buy the supplies. They're going to buy the printers. They're going to buy these things. And if we get deals on them, then we have a good community to get it going. Oh, thank you very much. I downloaded Captivate, but I didn't even know where to start. And then all of a sudden I realized my time was over because I got busy. So I need to look into Captivate. Right now, leaning towards Kajabi because that's what Shane Olson uses. And I think Pablo uses it as well. Ryan uses it. And so that way, I have a lot of people who know how to use it who are willing to help. So that's one thing. Sinuses are killing me. Post-nasal drip from hell. Oh, well, thank you. Well, at the end of the day, I want people to learn, Am I worried about getting knocked off? People knock me off, but what it comes down to is this, is you will never be as good as I am at what I do, right? So if you're just trying to copy my style, you are never going to, like the skull ring that everyone copies is, pushing 15 years old. So, I'm not very intimidated by, people. People are going to plagiarize my work no matter what. So I'm not going to get heated about it unless someone's making a lot of money off of it. And then I will go after them. But you can't live in fear. I'm not going to worry about it. It's like, there's always going to be an asshole in the group who's going to try to screw you and steal from you and blah, blah, blah. Is that going to keep you from just never working? Well, no. Well, it's not going to keep me from not working. So I'm not going to let jackasses, screw me out of doing what I want to do. And this is what I want to do. So there it is. Now, I do love when people take my work and they're like, oh yeah, handcrafted here. Da, da, da. I'm just like, and as soon as I can afford a lawyer to go after all these jackasses, I will. There are a lot of them. The ones are mostly sold through like Alibaba and like that kind of thing. So there's a group of them in Thailand and there's a group in China that's knocking the work off. And selling it through those kind of, mass ordering site things. Whatever. I'm not, like I said, I'm not going to let that kind of crap keep me from just working how I want to work. Because I'd rather have a whole bunch of educated people who are excited and inspired to make their own work. And that's normally what I get. And it's funny, every once in a while you see one of your students doing well with stuff that's real close to your work. And you're like, but whatever. Good on you. If you can turn it into a paycheck, I'm not going to complain, as long as you're not actually just straight ass knocking me off. Here in the States, for the most part, I use a place in Thailand for the stainless steel work. There's stuff we do that's made out of stainless, and I do that out of Thailand. But Salamander is actually a very ethical company. I actually am very fond of the company and the people. And as a company, they're really trying to help the people that work for them. They have, I think, their average retention rate's about 6 years. And that's crazy in a place like Thailand. I mean, you don't usually get that kind of employee retention. So they're a really good group of people. And they're very ethical, and they're really trying to make everything better around them. And, well, that's what I can support, because at the end of the day, that's what I'm trying to do. So, if we just keep trying to make things better around us, then eventually things will get better around us, right? Or people will continue to steal from me until I hunt them down and drown them in a box of kittens, Let's bring you over here. Yeah, no, I mean, at the end of the day, if you are going to participate, and sadly, there's just no not participating in social media, someone will steal your stuff. End of story. I mean, there's no way to get around it because, well, one, in a lot of ways, for the most part, a lot of people just suck. And they're going to continue to suck no matter what we do. So, are you going to just live your life where you're not going to accomplish stuff because people suck? Well, no. Well, I won't. Let's put it that way. Yeah, so end of the day, you want to knock me off? Give it a shot, whatever. When you're talking about overlapping, what do you mean? I'm sure it is. I'm just, sorry, not exactly sure what you're talking about. No. You mean, like, can I do this and everything's 3 millimeters, like, as I'm sculpting? No. But you can, in Dynamesh Master, you can, like, I can make this and say I want my thickness to be whatever it is, and then it'll create a shell, and then you can weigh it thereafter. With Kitco or Analyze Mesh, you can get your weights. But with Kitco, you'll get your metal weights. So, like, we know this, right, with the Kitco plugin, Where is it? There's get metal press receptacle. Okay, let's close holes. Boom. All right, hold on. Let's turn symmetry off. Remesh by Dynamesh. Let's just go ahead and make it 1,000,000. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, sure. Let me kind of show him this real quick. Close holes. Analyze. Check mesh integrity. There we go. So this, you know, in silver is about 13 cents. In white gold, it's 8. What? That can't be right. Hold on. I don't know what that's measuring. That can't be right. Well, to be fair, I don't know what scale this is either. I grabbed this. This might be really... Oh, I'm like, what the hell is wrong with my hands? I had some flaming Cheetos for my friend. Come on. I don't know why. And this is why working in appropriate scale to begin with is very important. Because I just imported this from a different thing. So this could be really, really tiny. Because if this is the size I want it to be, there's no way it's 18 cents. What are you doing? Is this a huge model? Maybe there's a lot of stuff in there. Okay. This might be a really big model. That's why this is taking so long. Sorry. Doom, 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 doom. If we have to wait too much longer, I'm just going to kill this. Oh yeah, I use Lazy Nezumi all the time. I think it's a really important plugin to have because it enables you to draw circles onto things. If that's all you could do, if that's the only thing you use Lazy Nezumi for is drawing circles on things, it's super helpful. Really. Come on. Okay, out of time. All right, let's try that again. Try that again. Come on, ZBrush. Did not like that. Let's see if we got a recovery. I bet we didn't. Well, at least we're somewhere along the way in here. This must be a huge model. Oh, no, that's not where it's going to be. Users, public docs. It's 4.5 gigs. I guess that's a big model. So here, what we need to do is get rid of all this crap. Delete all. Delete all. Delete all. See, I took it from this shape, so this could be really tiny. So now, in the future, this will not be such a... See, I just took one of these and started using it. So, well, you know what? Actually, that's still a nice shape. Kind of like how the shape of these. We're going to salvage one of these, I think. Auto groups. Hopefully these are merged. You tried grabbing that spot in the class and it was full. Hi, Kamsky. Well, Mark, what does that teach you? There's a waiting list thing up, so chances are we'll run another one right afterwards. It's a pleasure to be seen by you again. Why is this taking? I don't understand. This is only 8 million polys. There's, oh, hold on, escape. If it's working that hard, it means, shit. It means those are still, they're not joined together. Why is it acting like this is huge? This is only 8 million polys. Delete hidden. Come on. Okay, we'll come back to you, delete all, delete all. All right, so that should make the model at least a lot smaller. Well, I want 25 microns. There's no filament printer that comes anywhere near that. For jewelry, filament printers are pretty useless because there's just so much cleanup time. that needs to be dealt with when you're dealing with the oh, cool. But filament printers, you can get big, and if you're doing big low detail things, filament printers are great. With jewelry, to get the kind of resolution you need, you're going to want an SLA printer, you know, or a, what's it called? Either the selective laser centering or the ones that are the like the little high def screens, right? So it's exposing it on a screen, not a laser. God, my poor brain. It's going to be a bad brain day already. Sorry, guys. All right, so hold on. I will get to over and unders. No volume. Mark missed out on the class. Procrastination will make you wait, or whatever. So, I mean, you know, just as small a number as you can get. I don't ever use filament printers, so I'm not exactly sure what the smallest ones are. I could be wrong. Maybe they get down to 50 microns or something, but I'd be shocked if they did. I know weeks are just going by. Well, depending on where you go, I mean, it's going to cost you anywhere between, you know, $300 and $500 probably. I think there's the place up in Seattle that I was getting the little monkeys about, you know, 6 inches, and they wanted, I think it was $380 a piece. But you may be able to find some place that's willing to work with you cheaper, you know. Yeah, that's 8 millimeters. So that is why that was 12 cents a silver. It needs to be much bigger. So let's go here and go 60. Resize subtool. You know, that's something we got to get fixed. Yeah, that's better. Sometimes the scene or scale master, it only goes up to 100. So if you're trying to get things bigger than 100, sometimes it bitches and kvetches about it. It's a little annoying. Thank you very much. Normally I was doing all kinds of stuff, but I've been a little busy before the stream. I had a meeting with someone I was on. I thought I was going to be done in plenty of time, but something's there. It will get more entertaining as I go on, I promise. Come on. And this is on a tilt, but I'll just kind of get it up here. Get it roughly to size. Because on the other piece that was rotated. Other thing I really want ZBrush to do is get it to where, because that'll lock at 5s. Let's preference Gizmo size, modifier length. I want that, let's see what that does. I want this to lock on every point, because 5 is just too big sometimes. Or if there's a way you could just tap it like a half degree, that'd be super cool. Have to talk to Joseph. Joseph! There we go. Why is that so irregular? Because those are not. I use that line to kind of judge quite often, but let's go back to the other one. I kind of like that, but we'll work with it in a bit. There we go. Yeah, I did see that. Yeah, of course, Mad Magazine was awesome. Yeah, no, he was absolutely fantastic. My friend Ed Steckley, he's an illustrator. Actually, he did some stuff with Mad. He did a really good caricature of him. It's nice. Yeah, that's very sad. Come on, you. I almost never use Noisemaker. I can never get it. Like if I want to do like some big general noises, sometimes I will. But to be deadly honest, I haven't spent enough time to ever get it to damn work. Like go in Surface, go in the noise. And like I come in here, and like if I want to do scales, I can never get the scales to show up. I just can't get things to ever show up. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. It's very frustrating. And since I tend to do all my stuff by hand, I don't spend the time to get it to work right. But like I can never get it to show up. It's really frustrating. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. And I know it's me. I mean, it's just maybe I'll have to spend some time on that one. I like to do it by hand only because otherwise everything looks like it's done with the computer. And no matter how hard you try, you'll never match one of my textures because I did it by hand. I can't match one of my textures. I know you can't. But if you use, alpha number 7 at rate 333, someone can make the exact same textures and I don't like that. I'd prefer to spend the time and kind of make it my own. And I'm known for that, So it works for me. So here, let's just do this. Frame, boop. So when you're talking about divide. So you were talking about over and under. I think the most important thing to remember when you're doing details that are going over and under one another is make sure they do go over and under. So I know that sounds like duh, but sadly it's something that people don't grasp. So Celtic knots, right? Let's do just a really traditional sort of, there we go. And of course that comes down, but I just want to, right? And you start working on your Celtic knot. Here we'll do one more just so there's an over and under in pattern. Right, so you kind of lay out your over and under. And at this point I'm not worrying about which one is over and under, right? So we'll pick one. So we're going to go, we want this to come over, which means one of these has to come over and the other will be the other direction. So we have to turn symmetry off. We'll pick this direction, and then this one will come this direction, right? And what a lot of people will do at this point is to accent that over and under. They're going to come in with a line tool, and people outline their stuff. And so right here, it looks like, oh, you know, that's really great. Those lines are dark. But what you've done is you've lost context of surface depth when you just draw lines in. And this is the number one problem. Like all of my students do this to begin with. And it's just one of those things that if you can wrap your head around this, you will wind up with 1,000 times better models instantly. And that is stop outlining everything. You're not drawing, you're sculpting. And so let's get, come on. What the hell? Oh, this is 25 million polys. My poor machine doesn't like that. I got a little excited on my delete higher. Okay, I'm like, why is that not undoing? We got a little excited there. I think it killed some of the subdivision levels there. So we'll just do it again right here so you can see it the right way. Right? I even make this substantially smaller. Don't you love my beautiful Celtic knots? Oh my God, jackass. Okay. So we'll just soften everything up. And now, just make a nice clean line. I use clay tubes because it has that sharp edge, right? I'm going to do the same here. All right, so let's take that one over. Let's do that one under, which allows us, no, sorry, this is symmetrical. How come I'm losing my undos? What the hell is going on? All right, whatever. See, my undo history isn't moving. Okay, that is super weird. Max, all right, well, okay, we don't have undos, fine. Whatever, I don't know why it's doing that. I've obviously hit something and it's doing its thing. Right. Smooth that out. And hold on, I'm going to draw lines on that and on that. Okay. So now I'm going to take this, and this is a lot less depth, right? This is going to be a shallower. Right, that one has a lot more height and depth to it. So now I tend to use SK twist, and I do my edges with the twist brush. And so instead of drawing lines that are cutting in, I'm retaining that the continuity with that lower surface, right? And I'm just going to take this, Take that. We're just tapping that a little. And another really good solid way of going about this is taking slide. Just do a quick mask. Take slide and just kind of stuff it under a little. Take slide and stuff it under a little. All right, so now this surface to this surface hasn't lost its continuity, right? By drawing a line through it, it breaks the continuity. So even when we get pretty small here, it's still really clear which one's going over and under here. Where here, you get the implication, but you don't get the real dimensional information. And on something this simple, that's okay. But when you have things that are really trying to work with, I want this plane to actually register as a plane over here, it's really, really important not to draw, but to sculpt your depth information. So I don't know if that's exactly what you were talking about, but that is that's what you have to consider. If you're going over and under, you can't just imply it. You know, you can't just draw this and then say that's going like that. Because with drawing, that's how you do it, right? But here, that loses all depth information, and you know, you're not getting dimensionality. All you're doing is getting this implication. Those lines separate those surfaces. Now, if you want the surface to be separated, you do put lines in it. But if you're doing the over and under, don't draw sculpt. I hope that helps something. No. What you might make sure that you have this. Mod Dirty Blue number 2 is darker than number 1. So that might be it. You might have downloaded 2 instead of 1. So that could be it. Yeah, of course you can ask about the course here. Damon, if you want to talk about volumes, we can. Oh, I have to show you that. I never showed you that. We crashed, didn't I? Sorry. Yes, you can ask about your Shay. Okay. Come on. You got to have your sculpting glove. Otherwise, you have a dirty, dirty, filthy screen. Yes, that's what I was trying to hammer into your head when you were trying to do Celtic knots, because you were like, oh, here, look, it's so much better. No, that's not better. That makes it much worse. So it is, hold on, boop. Oh, no. Pixologic.com. Oh, I got my licenses. They've upgraded again. So if you haven't downloaded your 2021.3, download the new version, pixologic.com. And then you come into, is it Learn ZBrush? No, Support. And it is Resources. And then you go into Matte Caps. And you scroll down here to Matte. And then it's the 4th row from the bottom, I think. Yep, 1, 2, 3, 4. And it is Dirty Blue number 1. Michelangelo and Angelo Hernandez. Okay, hold on. That's there. Did that answer your question about over and under? If it didn't, I'm more than willing to go into what will. So let's see. What should I do to prepare for the class? Did he send you a link to sort of the beginner class thing? Like Ryan should have sent you a link to a couple little, like how to navigate all that stuff. There's that. And really that's about it. We'll start, with a breakdown really quick, and I'll do an introduction and we'll talk about just making some stuff. So the first class is introductory and getting some ideas, some fundamental idea stuff in there. So really just, if you don't know much, Ryan sent a little preliminary video, or should have. If he didn't, email him back and ask for it. Showed you where Ma Dirty Blue is. How much is what going to cost? Oh, about the vertex. Sorry, I'm like, how much is what going to cost? I think the class, I don't know. I think it's like, where is it? Does it tell us? I think it was like $500. $500 or $600 is what it was. Because he has the wait list on. I think that's what it was. It was either $500 or $600 for the 6-week course. And I've been 3D printing, for 16 years, so I know quite a bit about 3D printing. And part of the class is showing you how to prepare for 3D printing and the things you need to consider for it. So, why you don't use filament is your details. As far as I know, there are no filament printers out there that are detailed enough to do jewelry, because you're dealing with very, very small scale. For the most part, side of a ring, you have 2 millimeters by 3 millimeters. It's not like you have a lot of room to work, so you need high detail. All right. Did that answer that, Tariq? Damon, weight question has been bugging me because I am working on a golf putter designed to have 365 grams to feel and work well. Do me a favor, let me catch up with these, and if I forget about it before I get back to that, I'll kind of show you how to deal with that. Okay. Hello, India. Stefan, did I answer your question? That's a thanks. I don't remember what your question was. Sorry. Thank you. I've been working on my hat. This is going to be the Navajo jewelry. It's squash blossom. Hold on. These guys. These are called squash blossoms. So it's a silver bead and squash blossom necklace. I know, pretty damn exciting, right? All right. ZBrush fan. I'm doing it even though it's very elementary, but I picked up some help from it. No, everything starts out very elementary. I mean, at the end of the day, all of it's really elementary. It's just how you put the Legos together, So it is clay tubes, SK twist, and really that's and then I use SK trim polish to flatten surfaces. So those are the 3 brushes I used. They're in my brush package if you have my brush package. If you don't have my brush package, I have a link for it. I'll have to dig it up. Man, oh man. My allergies have just been killing me. People are like, don't touch your face. I'm like, yeah, right. Intuos 4 works if it's working. I mean, you know. Yes. If you can, well, okay. It completely depends on what you want to do. Okay. I mean, if you want to do something that has this kind of detail on a ring, you're probably not going to be able to do it with a 15 or 50 micron filament printer. If you can find a filament printer that prints 50 microns, please show it to me. I'd be very interested in seeing its 50 microns is good for a lot of stuff, but if you want any kind of detail, you're going to be hard pressed to get it in 50 microns. But yeah, if there's a filament printer out there printing at 50 microns, that's impressive. I'd like to see it. Okay, hold on. No, it's not toxic or high maintenance. I mean, you know, yeah, you don't want to pour it on your face, but I mean, if they eat the filament, that's not going to be good for them either. I mean, at the end of the day, I think that's, just keep it above their heads as far as that goes. I mean, everything's pretty contained for the most part. Unless someone's running around being a ding dong and they're pouring it on themselves. But, you know, if you're going to do that, that same ding dong's going to eat your filament because it's pretty colors and it looks like licorice. So I think having a room where you can separate it from your children is going to help you no matter what you're doing, because at the end of the day, it's all toxic chemicals. As long as you're not sitting there huffing it, you're fine. You haven't even, I've been doing it 16 years. I used to have hair. It did make my hair fall out. But other than that, I think it's fine. No, totally kidding. I just think that it depends on what you want to do. If you're just making stuff for your kids and you're just futzing around, who cares? Get a filament printer. They're a lot cheaper. But now you can get SLA printers for like $300, $400 too, you know. Yeah. I just, for what I do, there's no filament printer out there that prints, the detail that I needed, that I know of. There may be. And if there is, I'd love to know about it. Trust me. And it has 50 microns. No, 0.05. No. The decimal place is wrong on that for microns. Hold on. Let's come back here. 50 UM 2 mm. I think there's an extra zero in there. No, 0.05. All right. Yeah. Yeah. I always get that confused. Yeah, see, the 0.35, that's 0.3 of a millimeter. That's fat. The 0.35 step layer is, because my printer does 25, so 0.025 by 0.025. And if you have 3 in it, that's, 100 times thicker. It's substantially different. Let's take a look. Now, never get fooled by this. You'll see people and they're printing these wire things. That is not what you're talking about. Now, see here, they're showing you, I want to see a model of the printed thing, not. These are pretty large. The surface detail on that's nice. All this like cagey stuff demonstrating prints is BS. That's nothing to look at. This is more what you want to see. It's hard to tell. They keep things pretty far away, so you can't really get in and look at your resolutions. See, it looks like there's a lot of texture on that surface. I can't tell if that is See, the fact that they're not showing me a close-up picture of any of this makes me feel pretty reticent. The other thing to think of is they're saying that's 50 micron to 35 micron height. If it's doing a true 50 micron, but how thick is that head? Are they saying the thickness of the cylinder or the thickness, the whole? No, that's saying you can do, where's the width? Yeah, so your filament diameter is 1.7 mil. I mean, that's fat. I mean, that's really, really fat. So what they're saying is that you can get the steps this way, but if you need a wall thickness of like, I mean, I have linear detail on stuff that's, you know, like 5/1000ths of a millimeter, and they're saying the thickness of the tool they're using is, this is the number you need to look at, and that's 1.75 mil. That's huge, you know, for anything small. If you notice the stuff they're showing you, you know, that's 6 inches tall. Well, great, you know, yeah, you can get a lot of detail on something that's 3 inches tall, but how often do you ever make a piece of jewelry that's, you know, that tall? So when I'm talking about printers and printer performance, I'm talking about for jewelry, right? Or for small manufacturing. So I'm talking about pretty specific stuff. I mean, if you're just doing like little toys and stuff that are yeah, that seems like that's pretty good actually. But you're not going to be able to get any thin wall thicknesses, you know. So that's really the issues, I think. Oh no, trust me, I lost $18,000 worth of work in 5 days. So I feel you on that one. But we're running another one. This one actually is full. I think 6 weeks is the class. We'll run another one. So yeah, they're around for sure. Mark was just a little slow. He was just meandering around, sitting on the beach, looking, hanging out. I don't know if I want to do it. I might do it. Maybe. Maybe not. That's what you get for hanging out on the beach. I know all about you. Yeah, because he was slow. Oh, I see. This is just everyone's hanging out. This is turned into a social network. Is that what's going on over here? Yeah, I mean, you know, and that's the thing. It's like there are things that the filament printers do great. Jewelry just isn't it. You know, I mean, I've been underwhelmed with everything I've ever seen, you know. Once you get above 3 or 4 inches, some of the stuff looks great, you know. But once again, you're not dealing with, you know, open structures. You're not dealing with, when I talk about resolution, so what you'll see often, let's come over here. Whenever you see a printer and they're like, oh, we have great high resolution, and all of their models are this. Oh, sorry. I don't know what I have my setting at, right? And come on. You know, and their models are all this stuff. Whoa, look, we can do these wonderful detail models. And you see all these like cage flowers and cage this and cage that. And everything's like these thin wire cage. Who cares? Because that's not detail. That's wire thickness. And yeah, you can take wire thickness and do all kinds of cool crap with it. But it's still like, you know, it's a wire. Who cares? That's not detail. When I talk about detail, I'm talking about this. And that is, is surface detail. It's your XY detail, right? And so, how much and how subtle a surface can you get on something? Because this is your XY, this isn't Z. Because honestly, all your Z number is how tight a screw you're using, right? I mean, like there are lots, I think Formlabs is now saying, and a lot of these other things are saying they can do a 5 micron Z step. That's awesome. But all that is your screw height, because that's usually controlled by a rotating screw, right? It rotates and it draws your stem, or your stem rotates and it pulls up and down. So Z resolution is only, it's a mechanical resolution, right? It's however fine threaded that screw is. XY resolution is the thickness of whatever it is that's generating that object, right? So your XY resolution on that would be what, 1,750 microns, right? I mean, it was 1.7 millimeters. So that says, whoa, ZBrush just ate it. All right, well, try that again. So, Z is a mechanical function. It's your stepping motor. Are we crashing again? I just updated. I wonder if I have a plugin or something it doesn't like. So maybe don't update to 20.3 yet. Just kidding. I'm sure it's me. It's always me. I crash everything. So I'll just accept that, yes, it's my fault. And so that's like the laser on SLA. It's the laser size, that is your XY resolution. On the projector models, it's how high is the resolution of that projector. Is it a 4K projector? Is it an 8K projector? The problem is when you start getting with the projectors, to get that resolution, you're actually projecting something this big. So resolution is funny. It's the XY resolution that you really want to pay attention to, because nowadays, you can get, 6 micron Z step, and then they never show you what the XY is, and XY is like 150, and it's just like, okay, well, that's great, but no, your XY is what I consider your resolution, because that's going to allow you to have, very subtle detail on the surfaces, right? Now, if you're just doing wire jewelry, who cares? You can use any printer, because any printer can print a millimeter, So, But then you have supporting and blah, 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 and supporting software and blah. So, oh, gosh. Oh, it's so itchy. If that makes any sense. Yep, exactly. Because, just think about it. If my brush is this big, I love my wonderful high quality examples here. If my brush is this big, it doesn't matter, that's how big it is, right? So this is my XY. And, it doesn't matter if we can take steps this way. Damn it. This little keyboard screws me up every week. Right? You can chop the height up this way, a million times. But if your brush is, that thick, you're never getting a line that thick, because, well, that's my brush thickness, right? So you can see how I can say, it might take me 100 steps to get that height, but it's never going to be smaller than that, right? So that's the difference. This is your XY resolution. This is your Z resolution. Yeah. And so in turn, in a filament, your nozzle is your XY. Exactly. I have a Form 2 right now. I'm trying to get a Form 3. I like the Form 3 quite a bit. My only problem with the Form 2 was the new casting resolution, or the casting resin is very viscous. And so on the old beds, which were the silicone bed, the castable is so viscous that it'll pull itself off the plate or pull the silicone up with it. So the new beds resolved much of that problem. And so just how the Form 3 uses its beds is it's much easier to, your shear or your pull off strength is much less. So I look forward to getting my Form 3. Oh, everything I first started, everything was hand wax carved. I mean, that's, I got started on the first jewelry I really sculpted was on the first Pirates of the Caribbean. And I just did a handful of wax sculpts. And that's where everybody was like, oh, you need to make skull jewelry, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, yeah, no, I got a real job. And then I left that real job and started making skull jewelry. But all that was hand carved. Yeah, no, I spent most of my life carving wax. Yeah. No, I am a hand carver. That's how I started. Well, that's my gig. Okay, well, the first thing is buy a printer or find someone who has a printer, because no one sculpts something in the computer, prints it, and it's perfect. There's lots of things that you have to take into consideration once you start printing, and it depends on your printer. And so find someone who can do some printing, because the first thing you need to do is get pieces in your hand and look at them, because eventually what you're going to, like, I'm pretty good at it now because I've been doing it a long time, in the sense of, if I put a line in, I know if it's going to show up or not, right? And so the first thing you need to do is just find someone with a printer or buy a printer, and just start getting parts. Get them into your hand, look at them, hold them physically, look at how the light reacts to them, get in there and touch it, because that's the first thing you're going to have to deal with. Then I would say make friends with a casting facility and start getting your pieces cast, and then look at them, because now you're going to have to redo your models again. You got to understand that, I mean, even I don't do just, I know that it's going to work, print, go into production. Like, I need to print it and hold it before I ever send it to a casting facility. And I've been doing this, as long as this has been able to be done in ZBrush. So the key is getting familiar with what's actually in the computer compared to what's coming out of the computer. And that's really your first step. And then, like I said, make a relationship with the casting facility, someone what they can do, and then just start printing out some pieces that you like, you understand how they fit, how they wear, and then, consider making pieces for sale. I guess that, I don't know if that helped. Yeah, yes and no. Shapeways a pain in the ass because they're not actually a jewelry um, casting facility, so they're not cheap, and sometimes their castings suck. And if they'll send you something that's garbage, they don't care. Where most good jewelry jobbing shops they won't send you something that's screwed. They'll remake the part until it's good. At least a good one will. I got to get used to talking again. But I would say getting a printer is really, if you plan to make jewelry, buying a printer is going to be the most important thing in the world you can do. And if you can't afford a Formlabs, and I would strongly suggest Formlabs as your first printer because they're high quality, they print incredibly well, and there are shops and stuff that are now certified with the use of their stuff so that you can find a jobbing shop that'll deal with it. And the company's going nowhere. They've had like third round funding. They're not hurting on money, and they are innovative. So, as of right now, I would say that is the best home printer you can have to be able to make money off of. I mean, the Solus is great, but the Solus costs the same amount of money, and the build platform is nothing to the same size. So that's the other thing with Formlabs. You get high resolution and a big build plate, right? So that's going to help you a lot. All right, hold on. What do we got here? Yeah, no, Shapeways is, I mean, they're trying and they come a long way, but to really do the jewelry stuff is a pain in the butt. I mean, you really have to have trained people, which means you have to pay them a lot, which means you cost a lot. And Shapeways is insanely overpriced for the product you get for jewelry, that is. I mean, they have all kinds of different stuff. And honestly, the company's really done a good job of trying to do stuff, but they just do everything, so they do nothing well. You know what I mean? I might have to go over there and get my cleaning lid. Yeah. I mean, I just, for the money, there's just nothing that compares really that I've experienced. I mean, new printing companies are coming out every day, and people keep sending me, there's AutoCube or something like that, and then there's another one. And yeah, if you're just making stuff for your kids, that's one thing. But if you want to make money, you need to have something that's dependable. You need to have something that, like, if your machine breaks down, they'll send you another one. I mean, you need support. Also, software. Formlabs software is very solid. It's very solid. And because supporting makes or breaks your printing. Okay. I mean, if you don't know how to support stuff and you're trying to hand support things, every print you have is going to fail. If you have software that analyzes how it can fail and then does it automatically, and then you go back in and tune it up by hand, which is Formlabs, that learning curve, you don't need to learn how to support. So that's the software is a huge part of print success. And Formlabs software is great. I really like how Solus's software works because, so Formlabs has tried to do it kind of, but it doesn't do it in the same way. Solus's software, so if you're like, okay, I need a support here, and it's 1 millimeter, which is a huge support, but what Solus's will do is it'll go, okay, well, instead of making it 1 point at point 1, I'm going to make 5 points at 0.05, right? So it makes really tiny supports, but it makes a lot of them. And the benefit of that is you can just Velcro the part off, and the contact points are actually very small. So you have much less cleanup from your supporting. So I like Solus's support system. And, and I like Solus's machine. It's beautiful. It produces beautiful prints. It's just too small for me. It's the bed is just too, like I could never do a pair of sunglasses on it or something. You know, it's just, sadly, it's just too small for me. Because I love the company. I like the people. It's a great machine. It's too small. But yeah, the Form 3 is what I'd really like, a big Form 3. Because that would be nice to be able to print, a helmet. That would be good. That would be a big bonus. But sadly, as of right now, hasn't happened. Here, I'm just going to do this. Q. Point 7. But that's the thing that, yeah, there are all kinds of $300 printers and things like that. But are you going to get the support? Does your resin work? There's lots of stuff that, you could buy that, but is it going to work? The other thing is I'm not a maker, in the sense of like this maker community and maker. I'm trying to make money. I'm not trying to diddle daddle with stuff. So if I have to sit there and work 5 hours to get something to print, that's absolutely worthless to me. So when I'm talking about printers, I'm dealing with, can I buy it and make money with it? I'm not, I'm not the guy who's going to sit there and build the machine and like Form B. B9. Good God, that was painful. Like B9 used to, like, it was $5,000 if they assembled it, and it was like $3,600 if you get it and you assemble it. Yeah, fuck that. I'm not assembling crap. Give me the machine, make it work, and we'll be fine. So yeah, I mean, if you're a diddle daddler and you're making stuff for your kids and that's great. I'm not saying that's bad. I'm just saying that is absolutely nothing to do with what I need a machine for. So, I get yelled at a lot whenever we start talking printers. People are like, well, I can't afford for that. How can you expect us to spend $5,000? That's incredibly expensive. Well, if you're trying to make toys for your kids, yeah, that's pricey. But, I can make a piece of jewelry and sell it for $5,000. So that's nothing. And, a SolidScape. So EnvisionTech makes a desktop machine. SolidScape now makes a desktop machine, but B9 starts at around $8,000 or $9,000, and then EnvisionTech goes between $16,000 and $20,000 for their desktop. I think that SolidScape's $14,000, and then you get into SolidScapes, and those are $20,000 to $40,000. And if you're getting into the big EnvisionTechs, you're dealing with machines that are anywhere between $60,000 and $200,000. $5,000 is nothing. If you can make money off of it, you should be able to sell $5,000 worth of jewelry on Etsy. Not hard, as long as you're making something, of value. But, so I get yelled at a lot here where people are like, you're unrealistic. $5,000 is so expensive. And I get it. If you're just doing something at home for the kids and you're not making money off of it, yeah, that's a pricey toy. But $5,000 is a cheap tool. You get into benchtop tools and, you can spend that like in 8 minutes, So, I'm coming from a pretty specific need set, from what I'm asking for from a printer. So don't yell at me. I don't want to hear it. I'm sick of it. I'm tired. I don't want to hear you griping at me because $5,000 is expensive. At least, yeah. And then if you, sadly, you need Magics. And so a maintenance program on Magics is over $2,000 a year. And let me tell you, on a SolidScape, you need that maintenance program. If you don't have it, you're going to cry. But, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, I don't think there's anything that makes a better model than a SolidScape. But they're pains in the butts, and they're very expensive to upkeep, and it's hard to upkeep them. I mean, you actually have to understand the machine to be able to get it to work consistently. And SolidScape's better now than they used to be, but it used to be you had to keep it running 24/7, because if everything cools in the hoses, then you now have to replace your hoses and your jet heads. But if you're making a master part, as far as I'm concerned, I have yet to see anything that really does better. It's the apex predator on the market. Yeah, the Bioform machine. I mean, it's just the cheapest entry-level professional printer there is, as far as I'm concerned. I mean, B9s have gotten a lot better, but, you're paying at least $4,000 more for that. And it's a smaller a smaller build surface or print surface. So, I don't know. I just think that... like I said, there may be something out there and it may be coming soon, and I don't know. I know that you can order a Formlabs. You can order a Form 3, get it. It's going to take any ding dong 2 hours to set up. I mean, it's that easy. It's not like you have to know anything about printing. You can have it set up in an hour or two, and you can be printing and making money in a couple hours. And I just don't know anything else that's that... high quality and user friendly, and their materials are good. Yeah, well, I mean, I would say, ask any questions you have. Take one of my classes. Hopefully I'll have the other one set up soon. And I'm not talking crap about anyone else's classes. I mean, one of my students has a group of stuff, and there's another guy out there who has stuff. But, basically... I invented this workflow. I was the first person to ever get a piece of jewelry out of ZBrush physically. And, I'd be more than happy to teach how to do it, But, like I said, what I do and what I teach and what I try to get across is this is how you make money with this program. And that's not always what, I mean, I'll put what you get out of my class to anyone else's, up to anyone. I mean, I've been doing this for a while. Well, the thing why you would spend $4,000 on your first is because it works, right? You don't have to know anything about printing. I think I have the software here. Hold on. Do I have it down? What the hell is Formlabs? I thought it started with an S. What is Formlabs Software's name? Do I really not have it? I can't believe that's true. Oh, hold on. 3D Print Hub. I'll send a preform, not S. Starts with an S, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, preform. See, that starts with an S. Okay, well, give me 1 sec. Preform download. We're just download preform. How do I plan to use it? Well, all right, while it's downloading, let me catch up over here. Never used a printer. I'm working on that one, Black. Give me a second. I had seams related to backface mask. Seems when I have backface mask on, I can only pull out from the surface and not push back in it. Okay, no, that shouldn't be true. Hold on, let me get this started. So let's go back to Agree, install. Okay. Let's go back up here. Polycube. Divide. Okay. So. Get rid of that. Pick a brush. All right, we're gonna pick this brush. Okay, I don't want Sculptures Pro turned on. Oop. All right, so backface masking is on. So I can go up, and if I hold Alt, I push down and in. What backface masking does, well, hold on. Let's undo that and make this brush bigger. Positive, negative. Now what backface mask? Are you kidding me? I love it when that happens. All right. Oh, it's because backface masking is on. Okay. I'm like, why isn't it working? So look, I've pulled out, I've pushed in. Nothing happens to the backside. Backface masking is turned off. In, out, and see how it penetrates this side, right? And it sucked that side up and to. So what backface masking is preventing is it affecting the other side, right? So we do this. I'm not adding it to that side. I do this. I'm not sucking up to my surface, right? And so also with masking is a prime example. Turn on control. Mask something. You can see that it's masked the back side. because it's going on the brush thickness, right? Now if we undo that, hold down Control, hit backface masking, I can do this, and it doesn't affect the backside. So that's what backface masking is doing. It is taking the positive normals that are opposite than the positive normals, and it's not affecting it. Now, if you have positive normals in there facing that direction, it will it'll still do that. So well, so there are a couple places. Oh, so did that explain backface masking? Ryan, Skype me and show me what's happening. It might have something to do with the brush. I have to look at what you have settings on, but that shouldn't be the case. You shouldn't have that issue because backface masking has nothing to do with whether it's a positive or a negative gesture on the brush. No. So just look for on Skype and Skype me, and I'd be happy to, look at what it's doing. Yes, there is a link to my user interface. I just had to figure out where it is. Sorry, I have. No, we just installed that. So, is Preform installed, or did I just screw that and cancel the install? Shit. Oh, there it is. All right. I know what Preform is. Thank you very much. Virtual printer. Fine. And we'll just pull this out. Skype me and we'll look at what's going on because that shouldn't do that. All right. So oh yeah, no, I mean, you can't compare to Solidscape. One, you don't have to support. Now, I guess there's a 3D Systems, one of the Projets that does the same, but I haven't really seen any of the parts off the machine, the new machine. I saw it at JCK 3 years ago, I think. I mean, the parts were okay, but they weren't Solidscape sharp. But supposedly the new one does, but the new one is, I think it's in that $45,000, $50,000 range. So, okay. Solidscape's a beautiful machine. All right. So, of course you can design around gem size. Yes, it's very easy. I'll show you that. Do me a favor. I'm kind of logged behind some examples, but if I don't get back to that, remind me in a little bit and I will show you about that. I don't think you can. I don't think there's a way to export the STL. And when it comes back in, it never re-imports. It's free because you can use it with their machine. I don't know if Solus's software. I think Solus's software costs like $100, but I think it might export an STL. So you might want to look at Solus's support software. We can call a meal. I'll find out for you if you remind me. Yeah, but no, that's why their software is free, so you can't just use it with everyone's. Okay, so let's take this lovely model. So to print, all you have to do, 3 millions, a little large, so we'll just go through the step. I'm going to decimate this. Boom, we're going to make it 250,000 polys. So we're going from 3.2 million polys to 250,000 polys. Just remember, you can take big models into things, but it struggles, and you don't want your printer software struggling. You want to give it as much room as it can, because if it glitches, you just had failed prints, and that's annoying. Where you can just do this and make it proper sized. So black, give me 1 second here. So we're decimating. Come on. My machine at home's a lot faster. This is my portable machine, so it's not and I mean, you know, it's not horrible, but I get really impatient. I can be an impatient person, but I got a nana. Really? I've never known that it would export STLs. I mean, what do I know? I mean, I have a form printer, so I'm not really going out. Excuse me. All right, so come up to 3D Print Hub. You've set up your printer, right? You turned it on. It's connected. You're happy. So now you come in here. Update size ratios, the most important thing in the world you have to do in printing. So it's now set to scale. Send to preform. Within ZBrush, there is a Formlabs connection. Send to preform. Oh shit. Hold on 1 second. Wait. Let me just make sure it might be, hold on. I don't know if my presets are set right. I just updated this version. You have to push visible or it tries to send everything, and that's not what we're trying to do. Okay. Escape, stop. Everybody stop. Export options. See all, that's not what we wanted. We want visible. Control N. Edit. Okie dokie. I want this one. We're at 250,000. Sorry. Like I said, I just upgraded to 713 before this, so there might be some settings that are squirrely because usually it takes a little time. So make sure you have visible, and then you just, yeah, so now that's the only thing that's visible. Good. When it started thinking, I'm like, no, that's not what you want. Update size ratio. All right. And then send to preform. Now it'll kind of go through the folder, but you notice it's not really thinking as it's doing it. It's just running through the folder. And it's just going to pick the one thing we had visible. And now it's going to send it to preform. Broken model, say repair. Oh, sorry, it was still in the last cycle, I think. Yeah, okay, let's try this again. Send to preform. And so it's going to go through the folder and see what's marked. Why is that visible? Oh, no, it's just going through the parts. Sorry. All right, repair. is it saying that model does not? Here, I didn't check its integrity. Close holes. Sorry. There we go. It's closed. This gives you your cost in metals, right? So in silver, it's about 50 bucks in silver. In 18 karat white gold, it's 6,037. In yellow 22 karat, it's $9,500. So you can see your prices being this way. So, okay, so that's good. I'm just going to append it up here. Just so, because once again, like I said, this is a brand new update. So there might be something squirrely in here. I don't know why it's doing that. We've checked it. Let's rename it. Hoop. There might be something with the name. Sometimes when it's new, you know, the first time they run, they can send to preform. Okay. There we go. Your model's in. God, it's been so long, I don't even know. Come on. There we go. Right. I'll usually move it to the center. And then, oops. Now you can do this where it's automatic. You just push this, boop. One click print. I will almost never do this. I like having control over my print a little better or a little more, because often when it does this, it doesn't take where I want supports to be. You know, it's, oh, this is the best angle, and you're like, and it screws your detail. So, but you can do it that way and it works. But here we'll just take it like this, bend it a little this way, we're going to bend it a little that way, because prints tend to work better at good angles. It gives you, and you can strategize why. Like on this one, it's probably going to be better to go this way. So these lines, these hangovers are in line with the print, and then usually just tilt it a little, and that gives it maybe a little more. Right? And then you just come here. What size do I want? I tend to take my print points down to 3.5 and make them 110%, 115% density. I don't want full rafts. I want mini rafts. And then there you go. You're like, okay, so now auto generate selected. And it's thinking. No, that you have to think about that for all printing. It just so happens. So there we go. So now you can see your prints, right? And let's say come on, there it is. Okay, let's say that there's a little niblet on that line, and I'm like, okay, well, this dot right here is getting on my detail, and I don't want that to happen. I need it to be smaller. So you can come in here, edit supports, and see, like, let's say I want, this one's on the edge. I don't want that sloppy edge, right? So I can come in here and say, well, these are too big. So I'm going to take this and take this down to 0.10, right? So now we're dealing with 1/10 of a millimeter spot, and I'm going to come in here and just add quite a few more that are much smaller, right? So if I'm trying to retain my detail, I can come in here and do this. Ugh. Come on, right? Delete, 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 and just put more. And you can see I can put them on the high spots, right? So we're not getting, there you go. I've come in, I've re-edited my point, go apply. And then it's going to tell you if see printability, show minima, and show cups. Let's turn those on. Minima are islands, right? So if you're going to support something, it'll fall off. If it's not supported, that's minima. Cups are exactly that. And so as your printer comes down, if it doesn't have a way, like it's a cup, so it won't release from the surface. But if you put a little hole right there, it then releases. So that's what cup and a minima. And there you go. It works. And then you just go send to printer. Boop, doo-doo, and you're done. So you really have a lot of control. And you can see, you know, we could get you doing this in a couple hours. This isn't rocket science, right? So that's from zero to being able to print on something. But this software is very good. In its detection, it's minima. Here, I'll show you. Let's just flip this over. So you can see that where our supports are, right? But if we take this and turn it toward that direction. Oh, hold on. I don't even know where I am anymore. Doop. All right. Let's rotate that way. All right. And so all of those red points are what are minima, right? And that is if they're not supported, they'll fall off. And here, let me show you what I mean by that. Come on, where's ZBrush? Did I lose ZBrush? Hello, ZBrush. Does anyone see ZBrush? Okay, I don't even close window. Here we go. No. We'll just reload it. I don't know if it's me, but this release of ZBrush seems a little squirrely. But, I mean, let's face it could be me. Someone could have been like, hey, dumbass, it was right there. I apologize if you hear me munching. But you can see that's not rocket science. So how you can tell what a minima is so back in the old days, this is how we had to do it. You got to remember that, you know, you're printing from a support. So just think about how your printer's working, right? It's starting, you know, depending on which direction we're going. But since this is facing down, it's starting here. And then it's going to start printing, right? Well, as you can see, you'd obviously have to have supports there. But see how these are not connected to that? So if there's not a support here, that's just going to start floating away, right? Because there's nothing attaching it to the bed. You got to remember we're actually printing this direction and we're printing up. So this is That's a minima. And as we go along, those are minima, right? Because they're not connected. And then, oh, now you can see that those are islands, right? And those little islands just float away, like this stuff, because it's not attached to anything. So when it's saying those are minima, what it's saying is that it's not attached to anything that's attached to the floor. So now what we'll see is instead of, if you rotate a little, and then you rotate, we want to rotate it that way, right? So now, straighten that up, come to here, slide this up, you'll see that, boom, and you can see is instead of floating, they're kind of connecting, right? See how these are connecting much better now, right? You see how it goes down and up? They're not just floating away. Boom, boom. Now, each one of those little suckers are floating, right? Well, no, they're not actually. Well, yeah, they are. But you can see how it changes because it's not hitting these all at once. It's just climbing up the edge, right? So you're like, and you know, it's really, if that is floating, it's easy enough to just come in and tap it. So you don't have those islands, right? Boom, you see that's just going to float away. So you need a support to that. So it's attached to the floor for positioning as the layers build. So that's what minima is. And that's why tilting it usually works better, because you're getting a nice, good, clean line. It also prevents everything happening at once. So you have a lot of tension pulling up and off the surface. So that's that. All right. Sorry, let's. Hey, Dr. Beard. Yeah. Any scaling tips for bringing an STL from Magix to ZBrush and exporting it? Okay. It should work fine. It shouldn't be squirrely. So either it's a weird copy of Magix, which happens, or you're not updating your size ratios. What you have to remember is that, let's say we have all of these things right here that we're exporting, and I have a few things on, right? And I'm like, okay, well, I want to export this tool. And I'm like, well, but let me look at this guy. Okay, so I've looked at that. Now you're like, okay, I want to export this tool. Well, or you're going to export all these tools. You come over here and you update size ratio. You have to update size ratio. You have to update size ratio. And when people tell me that ZBrush doesn't have any scale and it exports wrong and it doesn't do this, and I go, well, did you push update size ratio? And they're like, huh? Okay. ZBrush can export every single one of these subtools separately. Doesn't matter. It'll take them all out. It'll give them different names. Has no problems with that. But it has to have a reference part. So I'm going to update my size ratio. And look, this is 1.86 mil by 6.81 mil by 1.85 mil. But you've selected this part, right? Because you've been going through them and you're touching and you're doing this. So now I have an export size of 1.8 by 6.8 by 1.53. So it's going to try to get this part to be the size of that squash blossom. And this is where people screw up because, well, this part is not the same size as that squash blossom. So when this export out, this is that size and everything else is smaller because you didn't update size ratios. So do this a number of times. You get all your parts out, you know what you want to get, you know what to get. Update size ratio. Look, that's 58 by 66. It's not 1.6 by 6.3. So big difference. Now, hit it again and accept it. Because before you put send to preform, export to STL, blah, 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 make sure that you update size ratio. Also, export options, it does have the option of ASCII or binary or magics or solid view. So selecting magics here does help. But you hold on, visible store export settings. That gets me in trouble all the time because I have tons of crap in my subtools, and then all of a sudden you just export it 70 different things. It's just like, ugh. But 99.9% of the time that your size is screwed, it's because you have a different size on the model that you're using there, right? So if you do not update size ratio, the machine doesn't know how big it is, because this exports fine. And anytime someone says, oh, this is wrong, I call BS on it. The other thing I would strongly suggest you do when you're dealing with other people's printers is analyze selected subtool. It's going to give you the size you want, right? We're doing millimeters, boop. And then it's also, see, it's going to say it's watertight. This is the volume. This is the surface area. And that is the size. You save this as a CSI or whatever. It's a Excel format, right? It's that Excel format. And you send that along and you say, look at the file I sent you, because that gives them everything. And they're like, oh, but your model isn't watertight. The hell it's not, right there. Because people who use magics at I can't think of the word, a job shop, or I can't think of the word off my head. There is one little button at the bottom corner of Magics that if you select it, you'll always fail. It will always fail a waterproof test, because it's looking, I guess it's used for like poly surfaces, not mesh surfaces. So it's saying, oh, well, you have 100 million surfaces that are too close together. So no, that's not a watertight model. If you unclick that, oh, wait, my model's watertight. And it's the death button on Magics, but people who then go, oh, well, now you have to pay me to fix your model. If your model says it's watertight in here, it's watertight. There's no kind of watertight. And you send it to one of those job houses, they're like, oh, we need to redo your model. You're like, no, you're a thieving shitbag, and please stop. If you're using Magics, I know your game. Don't make me come down there and push that button for you. So I've had this fight a lot. So 99.9%, that's your problem right there. Yeah, this class is closed for the next 6 weeks, but it looks like we're going to start another one after that. So 6 weeks. That gives us 6 streams to catch up to get ready to go. You shouldn't. In fact, because of how they have the traveling lasers, you shouldn't be getting that. Is it just bowing? I mean, are you doing long parts? So in the Form 2, the problem is that the laser stayed in the center and tilted. So you got some parallax over a long period of time at the outside edge of the part. You'd get, like, I'd have a flat mold and I'd get over that distance about 3 millimeter curve in it because of the parallax, on the outside edge. That shouldn't happen anymore because you now have the traveling laser. So it's not really doing that anymore. So I don't know what that might be. If you send me pictures or something, I can see what we're getting. But what kind of creep are you talking about? I'd be interested in. If you send me pictures, I'll look at it and we can see what the issue is. Really? Send me pictures. That makes no sense. Because really, you shouldn't be getting that. Yes, of course. You mean like if you did, I'm just 0.07. Hold on, let me make sure this is quick saving every 40. Okay, so like if you come in, why is my brush size so weird? All right, fine. You want to be weird about it there. So now you're saying you've done this. Well, update size ratio, boom. And you can see now it's 74 by 63. So it updates it to whatever the scale is here. I mean, that is the size that it's going to export. I mean, exactly. Yeah, no, without a question. It is true to size as it comes in, without a doubt. Yeah, CSV. There you go. Is that on a forum? On a forum, Labs? You're getting... Can you send me pictures so I can see what you're talking about? It shouldn't do that at all over the height of a ring. Well, then that's why you're having problems. You have to update the size ratio, or it's sending, because like, let's say, I don't want to autosave, escape, get out. Let's say I'll give you a perfect example. I'm going to come here and I'm going to type in 10, right? And now if I send to preform, see this 10, 8, and 1. Oh, shit. Hold on. Oh, no. Escape. Let's make sure that this is on visible again. Okay. This is the number one problem people have. All right. So I have these two parts. I want these to go to my printer, right? I'm going to go on this, and I am going to update my size ratios. All right. So that's 927 by 9, right? So then I'm doing something else, and I go to this, and I want to touch this up one little place. Great. So now you notice I have not updated my size ratios. Send to preform. Now watch them in this update have changed this. It'll be really funny if it... So let's come over here. Repair. That's really... See, I have a feeling that this has something... Like I said, this 0.3 just came out, so this communication issue, if I remember right, it might have something to do with these naming conventions. Hoop, dupe. Okay, turn you on. All right, so let's try that again. Normally there isn't this problem, but I remember early on there was a thing where you had to rename it. It didn't like the name of the thing. It was like, oh, it doesn't exist. So I don't know why. We did not upgrade it. We are changing the subtool. That is not the upgraded. Send to preform. Come on. Repair. No, I didn't do the hollow check or the watertight check on these. That should be fine. So Oh, I didn't check how big that is. But you notice it's coming in. Now we'll see what that is. So, okay. It's on the Solus, not the Formlabs. Printing on a Form 3. It can be thick resin. Feasibly. Hold on, let's see what just happened here. Did it come in? Okay, so you can see what happened. It didn't distort it, but it took that bounding box and got it as close to it could. And this is why things come in wrong, right? Because that is the size that should be, right? Does that make sense? So this right here is, I would say, 99.9% of all exporting issues is people don't push update size ratios before they send it out. Because you could be on one model, you could have done it there, or you might have checked the size on something earlier. You know, you're like, oh, I have this. And you're down here and you're like, oh, well, sliders to subtools. Okay, well, that's that, you know. And, you know, update size ratio on that. You have to make sure that you're to scale, right? There has to be a scale. So I started working on these. Well, it's going to export to that size. This is where people fail exporting, is they don't know. Or you tap something else and change, or, you know, that is the number one problem with exporting sizes. Woohoo! I can't see to correct the image when setting it up. Wait, what? I think I have problems with the projector. The projector. Are you talking about a Formlabs machine? Yeah, I don't know. If you just, can you post it someplace online? You know, just like get it to where I can see it, or email me. Email me there, and then that's, you know. Oh, a Solus. Yeah, I mean, I had one 4 years ago, maybe 5 years ago. So I'm not very good at problem shooting on the Solus. But if you send me the picture, we can look. Because you shouldn't be getting parallax issues on that. If you send me a picture, I can email Emil with it too, and he'd be able to tell us about the Solus. To avoid overlap, do you mean so you can see whether there is undercuts? Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, there's an undercut tool right here. So you can set a draft angle. Right, I'm going to do this. I want a 2-degree draft angle. So from draft, this is the direction I want it to be. Boop, go from draft. It'll think about it, and there are all your undercuts. Now, it won't come in and fill that up, but there are ways, and I can show you how to fix that problem if you want. But you could just come in and brush it, you know. One of the easiest ways of doing it is, so this is paint. It's not poly paint. So now groups from poly paint. So I hit that. And now it has turned this into poly groups, not just poly paint. I tap the green. I mask it. And then W, get this here. And then you just drag this down a touch. And now that's straight down. Boom. Fill object from draft. Oh, I didn't expand it, but you'll see. Normally what I'll do is, since this is a circle, you have to, sorry, I didn't do this the first time around. You just kick this out a touch because, hold on. Right. Oops. You kind of go out. You can see you changed your draft angle there. And now because, Jesus. And now come back out. Crimey. Mask that part. And normally you're not dealing with draft angles like this, so it's not. You come back through, mask it, and now you just bring this in, and that changes the draft to the other direction. And now, fill polypane. I mean, fill object from draft. Oops, scheisse. Right. Then you can see that you're still getting, it's because this is, I just stretch this. You then have to dynamesh it so it's clean, and then you can just come in and tap it, because those are holes going all the way down. That's why it's an issue. I didn't dynamesh this. So those aren't really undercuts. Those are holes. So when it dynameshes, it fills those holes. But sorry, I was just trying to show you quickly how to do it. And but yes, it's actually pretty simple. It's not hard. You just have to do it in the right order. Sorry. And, you can just come back in and fill it in with a brush and just check again, like it's simple enough. If you don't want to go through all that, you can literally come in here, you have it masked off, grab clay and just come in and, just come in and fill it in a touch. Smooth. And, fill object from draft. And you can see we have a lot less. So you can sit here and fiddle futz with it a little, even often just smoothing it, coming in. From draft. Right. And you can just work that out, So you can do it by hand, or you can do that pull through and dynamesh. Either way, however you want to do it. But it's not really a super slow process no matter what. But there's not a auto-fill draft or anything like that. It's always we just got fill draft this last update, so it's something we're working on. It's something that is definitely a manufacturing tool that we know that we need to get working. So there may be a way to get it to where it won't do that, but that's giving you a guide so you can at least see and work on it. Okay, hold on. So Divyang, hopefully that answered that question. I can go through and show you more accurately if you need me to, but it's a pretty easy thing. Even shows up. Oh, that's weird. Alpha and shadow box, it didn't give me good results. I tried the alpha, it's fine, but when I release the silhouette, get destroyed. So I don't really use shadow box month. much, but I do know that it probably has something to do with your resolution. So inside, so let's go to alpha here, like to mesh and from mesh. Where is my... It has to do with the resolution of the alpha. Wow, they changed my menu. Where's alpha to mesh? So that's that alpha, that's to the mesh, and that's 65,000 poly. So if you had something, let's do this. Wow, they've changed my alpha menu. Oh, here we go. Sorry, so here, like make 3D, mesh resolution, mesh depth resolution, you need to make these stronger. And I don't know what these numbers really refer to. These are once again sort of the wonderful world of ZBrush, the who the hell knows thing. And I think that it has to do with that mesh resolution, right? You can see we had, it's 625,000. The depth, obviously, ooh, everybody calm down. Right? So you can see that that is that alpha, right? So I think that it just has something to do in here with your mesh resolution. Hopefully that helps. Okay, so hey, Zinzerinian. So how do I get a piece centered? Here, let's drag this out. Oh, no. Drag this over here. So first thing you do, you go to your little pen, and that will take you to the center of the part. You push home, boop, and now your part is home. There's also center subtools to the world if you want everything to go to the center world. Center subtools to the world, and that is, where is that? That is Z plugin Scale Master centers to the world. So that is in Scale Master, center subtools to the world there. I pull all that out, so that's why I don't really remember. So if you're dragging this around, it's easy enough to hit the pen, hit home. The other kind of cool thing is let's say you're actually going to start rotating around here. If you hit Q, give me a brush. If I mask right here and do that, bring W back out, hit the pen, it's going to go to the masked center, and now you can go home. Oops. Take that off, now go home. And so now your center of the world is based on wherever you have that masked, right? So that's how you center objects for the most part. There's a unify object, but that changes scale. You want to be careful with unify. All right, so where are we? Warp rings. Yeah, of course. No problem at all. I guess I have to go into my Gmail. Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you for being there. No, I don't want it in Dropbox. Just open the damn thing. Well, you got a beautiful clear picture of the paper towel behind your Wow, this detail is really beautiful. Look at these fine grains. I guess, are you talking about this kind of lump right here? Like that lump? Is that where we are? I can say we have a really beautiful picture of this. But like that line and this line, Jesus, I have no idea. The side orange back end, I'm assuming you're saying the second one? Yes, you do. It's really hard to tell from this picture because nothing on your ring is in focus. Are you talking about this stuff? Are these supposed to be perfectly symmetrical? So you're saying, hold on, let's do this. Thanks for putting that right in the middle of the screen. Are you saying this is kind of doing it's sort of doing that? Is that what's going on? Well, they're sort of out of perspective too, but it looks like this is kind of caving in. Is that what's happening? And this is more correct? Wow, that's weird. And this is off of Solus, so you're not getting parallax. I wonder if it's not curing, so it's moving around. Are they soft? I don't know what my time lag is. That's weird. Is this like a little compression? Is this like is this like a little cut? And is that like a pinch? I don't know what my lag is. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So about a 13-second lag. Okay. Yeah, send a clear picture. That warping, if that's like bending, like, see, if you have a laser, you can get parallax because it's traveling and bending, right? But with the projectors, that's weird. It almost looks like they're not curing and you're getting some kind of travel in there. Is there any play in your bed? Because I mean, the only other thing you could do is like if it's like if the LED's failing, maybe it's, you know, moving, but that's a lot of motion. That's weird. That's weird. Hi, Apollo. Good morning. Yeah, I will. Don't be sending me viruses and make me all angry. I'll hunt you down. Alrighty. What have I done? Oh, I know it. I'm like, what is going on over here? Oh. Let's go back. We don't need to be doing that. Okay. I will be right back. I need to use the restroom really quick. Oh, I don't know what I did to myself. I crippled myself. My hip is all like. Oh, ow. Oh, yeah. All right. Okie dokie. Well, I will be waiting for that. So how we doing, kind and gentle folk? Everyone having a good time? Are you being entertained? Do you think I'm funny? Like a clown funny? No. Come on. Oh. New pictures. Hold on. Bum, bum. Oh, okay, hold on. Let's do this real quick. Ah, much better. That is weird. You know, you're getting these weird, like, compression pinches. I have no idea. And your surface is ugly. What resolution are you printing at? I don't have any answers for that one. That's bizarro. What I can do is I'll I'll tomorrow I'll email Emil about this and see what he has to say. Ma Dirty Blue 1. Wow. Yeah, I don't know. That's a horrible print. Like I said, I'll email Emil with these pictures, not asking, because I don't have an answer to that. And now this is Formlabs. That little dimple. Wow. Like that suck in? Wow, that is super weird. Is it old resin? How long have you had the resin? Yeah, no, the striation, that's super strange. It shouldn't do that. That's all I can think of is the viscosity is changing. Is it not? Oh, you're getting the fail there. That's weird. So is this dent and the loss of this ear part of that too? Because, I mean, that's probably because of supporting somehow. See, this looks like a support failure on the tip of the ear. But, like that dent. Have you taken a rubber spatula? Do you have physical stuff in the resin? Like, is there did a print fail? Is some of that stuff still in the tank, maybe? Yeah, that's weird. Because you have a cross striation there, actually, which is really bizarre. Right, because you have these, but then if you look, you have some going this way too. Is that a support? Are these failures? Is that not supporting? Oh, okay. Is that dent normal? You're just talking about these stripes? You're not talking about this failure? That blow through, we're not talking about that. We're just talking about these stripes. This. You're not talking about this. Okay. And it's a weird crissy-crossy pattern. Oh. That is weird. Because, see, that's not happening by, like, that's not a by layer. And that's not getting pressed in or anything. Because that looks like that's pressed in. You know, because these aren't straight lines, right? You know. I'm assuming we're talking about that, and then sort of this gnarly stuff, dot, dot, this kind of stuff here. That is so strange. The only thing I can think of is that the wiper is not mixing enough, and you're getting like think of like one's thin and one's snotty, right? So what's happening maybe is the snottier or the thicker stuff is rubbing on the surface, and then as this cures, it sort of cures up and around, so that's laying on. That's the only thing I could think of, is that if that's, it's just viscosity difference. But I don't know how that would stick. Because the problem is that's not 90 degrees to the... So if these were 90 degrees to this surface, it's something that's happening, as it prints the layer. But you have something printing layers, and then you're getting something that's coming across them. And that has to... that's not a laser issue. It's not a focusing issue. You know what I mean? I don't know how it's crossing layers. You're not using a Formlabs, are you? You should be able to print this all day on a Formlabs. This isn't... Oh, these are printed at 50 microns, aren't they? Or is this printed at 25? That's perplexing. I don't know. Like I said, the only thing I can imagine it being is bad mixed resin that is somehow leaving striation, thick and thin and thick and thin somehow. I know it's going to sound stupid. Did you shake it for the 5 minutes before you put it, started it? Because it might be separating somehow. Oh no, that's weird. Because it's just not... See, these are kind of going with the layers. But this one isn't. That's not going with the layers at all. Right? You are talking about this line right here. And then there's elephant skin, right? Is that what we're talking about? It is 25, yeah. It's weird as hell. I've never seen it. And I've had a lot of weird problems with my printing. Wow. 2 things that have completely gotten me. I'm not sure. Crazy. Yeah, because if it's if they were all, at 90 degrees to your surface, it becomes a focus issue. Something's happening as it's laying down the layers, but you have these random organic patterns on them. I mean, it almost looks like you took that and pressed it into, like an elephant skin thing. But I have no idea. I mean, it's not like tension or torsion where it's not curing all the way and it's pulling or twisting. You got me. Yeah, no, I've never even seen it. No. Man, I don't know what I did to my hip. I'm old and falling apart. No, you're good. So you're only talking about the line. Like that texture's in there. Like the elephant texture's in there. It's just this line. See, it just looks like, there was like a hair in the tank or something is what it looks like. Bizarro. Crazy talk. Sorry, I wish I could be more help. Oh, okay. So that was an elephant skin. I'm like, I don't know how you got that elephant skin on there. Not, I don't want it. That's. Yeah, that's crazy. I don't know. The only thing I can think of is somehow you're getting half cured liquid kind of floating, and then it's coming across, like think of hair in the tank, right? So if there's something in the tank, or it may not be, make sure that's shaken up very well. It might be separating somehow. Yeah, I don't have answers on that one. Because it doesn't look like it's failing. It looks like something is like, let's say you've printed this much of it, and then it goes back down, and it seems like something is coming across and, laying on top of the surface. I'd be real interested to see if any of that's cutting into the surface, or is it all out? Does that make sense? Because if it's all out, you kind of have like something snotty going through, like half cured something, and it's just attaching because it's not in line with the layers. So it's something in the. Good day from France being locked down. How are you doing? Is everyone being safe in their lockdowns? I'd say, are you having fun? But I mean, to be deadly, whoa. The lockdown really hasn't affected me too much in my daily life. I mean, this is kind of what I do all the time, so it's not it's not a big change. But I know that a lot of people are getting nailed. Oops. Yeah, sorry, it's all out. The only thing I can think of is somehow you're getting consistency differences, like it wasn't mixed up well. And somehow, as the laser's passing to different points, you're getting like kind of half cured material that then's coming in as it's going in and out, and it's just kind of laying on the surface. That's the only thing I could think of. Because if it's all out, something's going onto it. You know what I mean? I would maybe pour the resin out one more time and shake it for like 5 minutes, really mix the living hajibas out of it and pour it back in, and just print a flat square, standing up. Just print a, 2 millimeters thick. Just print it and pull it out. And then you look at it and then print it again and see if the marks are coming in similar places or if it's moving, right? And that's going to show you that it's organic, right? It's not part of the algorithm. It's something to do with your resin in the tank. I'd run that test. But that's me. I'm weird and anal and want to know things. That is not 44 millimeters. Oh, split masked. Probably a little better there. Yeah, of course. I mean, what's funny is it's you know, it's not, yeah, I find that people try to make designing stone settings far more complicated than it is, in the sense of you have a stone setter and they're going to do most of the actual work for you, right? I mean, don't try to reinvent their job. Give them enough room to do their work, and everyone will be happy. So we get a ring. Ta-da. No, we need a center line. Actually, I want. That's good. And tools, jewelry tools, gem stuff. Oh, that's everybody. That's okay. So this has a ton of different, I have a ton of just weird round shapes. I'm just going to grab one of them. We come here and append. Home. So turn on transparency. Decide where your cullet wants to be on the ring. If you want it sitting close, you know, or if you want it high, that's your call, you know, but you don't want the cullet too close or it just becomes pokey. So we'll go there. Come back to our ring and hide that for a second. That's my center, isn't it? Where's my center? Go to move. Go to ZModeler. Boop. There's that. And then normally, depending on how you want your prong set, right? If I want them to be V'd out or if I want them to kind of come more straight up, you know, depending what you want your gallery to be, you can turn on symmetry. Go to ZModeler and grab this and slide. Oop. Edge loop complete. Now before you do this, you can see that you're distorting this. So normally what I would do is come in here, and insert, kind of decide where you want your prongs to be. And then I will come in here and delete these because I don't want a lot. And take this, make it slide it out, boop, boop. And then I'm usually just going to do this. Why do I not have? Are we not centered? X and Z. Oh, it's because this is on its side. Sorry. And then you know you want to be on these points, right? So we're just going to take that, mask it off. Go W. And just bring this out and over. So a little more than halfway in. Right? And, you know, you can form this however. Why is that not symmetrical? Or is it? Well, it is. All right. Right. And so, you know, how do you want your prongs to work, right? You know, if you kind of want hollow prongs, you then just kind of grab this, bring it in, set it. And I literally just push this around. I'm not going to be super persnickety about it at this point because I'm going to sculpt these, right? And then I'll come back in and, you know, just do whatever I'm going to do with my setting, or with. So sometimes these get out of line. So just do it one at a time. Why is that not? Just push it that way then. There is, oh no, it's right. It just didn't look right. Right, and so now I'm going to divide. And I'm literally just going to sculpt. Now, the thing at this point is you do want production prongs. You don't want rendering prongs. So you want these to come up above the table for now. Right? And literally, I'm just going to grab my clay tubes and I'm going to sculpt this out. Now, if you want a, you know, a specific gallery or something like that, then, you know, you can put the gallery in before you do this. We crashed. I don't have Smooth Stronger on. And then literally, I'm just going to come in and sculpt this. If you want to be like super sharp, rigid or whatever, you know, you can come in and do more sculpting or do more shaping here. but I will almost never do this. I want my base model as small as I can, and I sculpt my form. I want my model to be under 700 polygons if I can get it, right? Because then I can get 8 subdivision levels out, and that's more important to me than being accurate at this point. So now, hold on, if you're doing something that's bezeled, one of the things, if you're creating a bezel seat or you need that gallery to be a good seat, what I do find is coming in, duplicating, trim rectangle, where are you? Oh, trim rectangle, boop. Okay. Hide that one. Decide where you want your seat to be, right? And we're just gonna, oops. Alt. Damn it. Fine. You're gonna be that way. And so now that is, you know, your model. You just come back out here and you go ZModeler. Stop. ZModeler, QMesh, Polyloop. Come here, drag this out, hold down Control, and you can see it's a separate piece. And then I'm just going to tap it right back to that surface, just bring it out a touch. And now, tap that, split hidden, boop, and now I have, boop. I didn't know those were there. Hide, delete hidden, QMesh, right? And so now you have a seat that is the same as your stone. And so that way, you know, you can turn that into move, polyloop. Right, you know, you can, oops. You know, you can create a solid seat. You know, you can adjust that however you want. But literally, I start here, and then I will go in and I will sculpt that stuff. And like if you're worrying about prong thickness, it's super easy to deal with. You just, right, hold on, so let's ZModeler, whoa. QMesh, single poly, and after you've divided this, literally you could just come in, do that, turn double on so you can see the inside and outside, just kind of look down on it, and just WY, grab this edge to that edge, and that is telling you that that is 0.23 millimeters. So you probably want to get that up to 0.5, right? Boop. You know, and you can work your widths there. So, you know, I tend to keep it very rough. And all I do is I give my gem setter enough room to cut into, right? So really that's the easiest way to deal with it, you know. If divide, oh, sorry, that's still masked. That's not what we want to do. Divide, right? You got this lower res, delete higher. Now you want this to be a very tight seat, let's say. And we're just going to grab this and turn on W, Y. And let's say I want this to, you know, be a more like a bezel, right? So I'm going to take this and bring this up. And then I'm going to grab this. We're going to delete lower. We're going to turn that off. Come here. Take taper, tape ourselves out. I want that taper to slide down some. There we go. All right, so that gives us plenty of room there. And plenty of room there. All right. So now we accept. Turn on transparency. I have too many things around it, I can't find it. Right? And now I'm going to click onto this. You can see that it's actually sitting down there a little too low, so I'm going to bring this up some so we're closer to the outside. Normally I'd make this bigger. I'm just going to shrink the stone for a second just so we can get to this. Get it to where, right, my outside edge is roughly there. That's good. Let's hide this just so we can see. All right. And that's okay. So now we're going to come here. I'm going to come back to here. I'm going to flip this so I can see my intersection. I'm going to turn transparency off. And you can see where that is touching, right? So you can approach this a couple of ways. You can grab project brush and you can go to this and project to that surface. You got to pay a little bit of attention to the directionality of the project, but you know, you can see that now you have a good clean seat, right? That's exactly to the size of the stone. I would then hide my stone, come in here, W, no, Q, clay tubes, turn on symmetry, Y, 100. There we go. It's Z. Sorry. And now make it 100 and just work this edge back until you hit all those till it's round. Now the thing to remember is, once again, you need to print this out and then cast it. That's going to give you your shrinkage percentiles, or if you already know them, because usually you're going to shrink about 2%. But I find that that works okay because your stone setter is going to come in here and use a setting burr for this no matter what. So we're pretty darn close. You know, you probably are going to need to do this, get it higher so it can roll around the edge. You get your stone, boom, flip, and now you can see that you need some thickness there. And now you can take that, roll that edge over, right? And that's how you're going to set that stone. I mean, you're going to do this mechanically, not with the brush, but you know, now. So there's that. And now that's another way to work with custom stones as well. So let's say this is a weird cut stone, right? Oop. Could I repeat the masking and splaying the prompt? Oh yeah. I mean, it's super easy. you just come in at your base mesh, turn on Z Modeler, turn on this. These are a little small for this ring. So here, we'll just pull them out of here, right? And then bring it up. And then I would bring that in and maybe even do that. So now you get a little bit more of that, right? So we are going to take this, we are going to mask these edges, right? So now we have those selected. We're going to go W, center. So now we're at the center of one of these. And I'm going to line this up with that point. And now, uh-oh, don't crash on me. What is it doing? Hopefully we'll pull out of this. So give us a second. I don't know what's it doing. While it's standing here and thinking, I'm going to stand up and bend over because my hip and back are driving me nuts. I don't know what I did. So as it's, oh, holy Hannah. I'm a crippled, old, fat tard. All right. Is it still thinking? Damn it. This isn't that big a model, I don't think. Is it saving? I don't know. Maybe I'm just really abusing this upgrade. Good. What time is it? Is it time for snacks? Oh, it's so early. Oh my God. Oh no. I feel like I've been here forever already. My hip is really hurting for some reason. I mean, I haven't done anything. I don't even understand. It's so frustrating. Being old sucks, by the way. For those of you who didn't know, getting old sucks. Getting old sucks. Oh, there we go. It didn't save. Oh no, that was a quick save. All right, who the hell knows? So hold down Alt, get your point lined up, get from the top, and then just slide it out. Now you want that point to be in line with that point, right? Because you want it on the quad, right? So you can see we're still a little off there, and then just come in, right? Does that make sense? And so if you want, you know, a bridged gallery, you just come in Z Modeler, insert, boop, 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 drag that over, drag that over, drag that over. Ooh. So you can see these are at an angle that are too big for those faces to meet. So I will just come in here, grab that, and move those to where those faces are a little bit more pointing at one another. Now I'll grab that, boop, grab that, boop, and I'll just come back here. Select that, W, get it straight, and then just move it back into line. And now you have your sort of little gallery there, right? And as we go on, we won't cut these into the prongs, but we will get that gallery out. So either at this point, we can turn on transparency. And we can grab these two. Oh, we want to do it this way. And we can move that out. So this is the same distance, right? And then we can do the same here. Oh yeah. And do that there. Now that's relatively the same. And so when we come in here and we make those prongs a seat, we'll just use this to cut it back and in, but we don't have to worry about that right now. Does that make sense? And once again, make sure that this stuff is up and out, so it's above the table, because you want to be able to press these down when you're setting, you know. So there you go. And literally that's all I do. I'm not busting my balls to get all this stuff super exact, because they're going to come in with a setting burr. You're going to have shrinkage in your metal, and that's going to get rid of it, and then they're just going to bend it over and seat it. So oh, it's only 11:17. It's like, oh my God. It's funny, this happens to me where like the first until like midnight, 12:30 goes super slow, and then we're working on something, and then I come back and it's like 3 a.m. I'm like, whoa. So yeah. Oh, I'm already yawning. That's bad. That's bad. See, the question is, do we start? These start coming in here. But I think the single ones are going to be smaller. If we're going to use 9mm beads, these need to be a little bit more relative, so probably do that. So then we come here, split mask. Is this guy? Yeah. So now take you, come there, go you, merge down. And now we boop. A little something like that. And then crazy talk. Control W, boop. I go through the garden. No, I'm going to sing Tom Waits, and I'm going to get my thing blocked. All right, so now we grab you. Ooh. that. Exactly. My work has been drinking, not me. Very true. Blame it on my tablet. I didn't do it. So actually that needs to be bigger. And I think we go this way. Interesting. Which way do we go, do you think? Well, let's make that decision in a second. Down in the hole. Yeah, I don't think that's right. I think it's probably the other direction. Because they switch from double to single often. I don't know, I haven't looked at these in a while. I think it only makes sense if it were like that, probably. That's my guess. Let's do this. Let us ask the interwebs. What are they? Squash blossoms? Single, those are all the way double. I want it to change up. Don't we have any that go from 2 to 1? I know that I have one that's 2 to 1. Well, I want it to change up. If they're not going to do it, I'll be clever. But the key is that I know there should be a curve in there. I'm just being lazy. I don't want to hear anything out of you. I hear you guys talking smack about me. So what needs to happen is that these in turn need to be double here. Is that what I'm saying? So these singles will have a double hole there. They will become the double hole. Maybe. I don't know. Not super overwhelmed there. There we go. Oh, that's masked. You're selected. Why are you acting like that? Fine. Underwhelming. Stop that. How do I create the rope? On these, I think I just used a rope tool. I have IMM ropes. So these are all the different kind of like little rope textures. I found, they might have been on Pedro's site. I can't remember where I found them. I just needed a really quick rope, so I just grabbed insert multi-mesh. If you go online and do IMM ropes, they have all kinds of them. And these have the ends as well, like different knots. Right, so this is just a big collection of different knots and stuff. I don't use them all the time, but like for something like this, when I don't want to spend a ton of time on it, you just grab it and run with it, you know. God, I hate that. It's so annoying. Oops. But you can see that these are a pretty good collection of ropes and braids and stuff, so yeah. All I do is sit around for hours. I wish. If you saw me do that, I would pass out and die. That's really impressive, though, isn't it? Yeah, sadly, that's not really in my wheelhouse. I do appreciate the effort, though. Why aren't you selecting the one I want? Thank you. Yeah. See, I thought I was being clever. Clever didn't work so good. I mean, at the end of the day, they're pretty simple creatures, aren't they? Nice turquoise. I like some of the green turquoises. They're nice. Squash possum. Fucking kill me. All right. Is that where we were? This is where we were. Yeah, so now at this point it's just deciding the little pattern. I think actually you'll have to fight with Shinya. Shinya Takahashi has all the rights to my work when I'm when I pass out and die somewhere. Shinya's put in the long man hours of being my friend for a long time. I have a lot of models, that's for sure. Oh, you meant my personal belongings. I don't think I have very many personal belongings, to be deadly honest. I have been very frugal the last few years. I mean, I have computer. I have a bunch of Wacom stuff. Wacom. Oh joy. Auto group. No. Why you do that to me? Come on, this isn't rocket science, man. Yeah, fair enough. You got me there. Doom, 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 doom. Boop. Boop. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-mm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Like I said, you're gonna have to fight Shinya for the hard drives. Good God. Nope, nope, nope. Come on. So to get that spread, maybe that's where these guys come in. Look at that. So let's do this. Okay. What we need to do is this. These need to be pairs. Oops. Split masked. To the side with you. Infinity brush to move elements quickly, question mark. Is that do I use? Hi Javier. Oh, sorry, you kind of slid through there. I apologize. Is that what you're asking, Shay? Of course. Oh yeah, Michael's good. Yeah, actually, it's good class. He does good work. Now, I mean, it's not stuff. A lot of the stuff isn't relevant for jewelry because I know that he does a lot of edge looping and things like that, and you do not want to edge loop when you're doing things for jewelry. You want to keep your you want to keep your geometry a little bit. You want a little bit more control over your geometry than how they do things. So there are things that you need to deal with if you're doing jewelry. But no, he's a very good. It's a very good course, and it's very it's very educational. He's a good guy and a good teacher for sure. Without a doubt. Yeah, no, it's a good course without a doubt. I mean, in a lot of these, like if you can join Shane's community, Shane's a very good teacher, and I know that it's mostly, it's ZBrush Character Workshop, but the fact is that you can apply any of that to whatever you're doing. There are just certain things that if you're planning to go to printing or things like that, there are things that you need to know that are different than just general information. But yeah, any of those courses are actually very good. If you find someone who's part of the ZBrush Live community, for the most part, the ZBrush Live group are talented guys and gals. And so, anything from any of them, chances are you're going to learn a great deal. There are also a lot of people out there who really don't know anything who are teaching. So I would say, definitely learn from someone who has an idea of what they're doing as opposed to just some random ding dong on YouTube, because there is a difference. Sadly, it can hurt sometimes, sadly. Excuse me. Want it just a little smaller. Or do we want it quite a bit smaller? I think I'm liking that better. That is the trick. That is definitely the trick. I would say that once again, the community's fairly well established. So if you get someone who's well connected in the community, chances are you're going to wind up with someone who, has an idea about what they're doing. And the nice thing about if you're going off someone who's part of the ZBrush Live community, you can, meet them, see what they do and all of that here like this, as opposed to just taking a random chance. At least that's my opinion. Take it or leave it. Boop. Well, the nice thing, I mean, it's pretty easy, you just come over here ZBrush Live. Go to presenters. And let's take Michael for a second. Past broadcast and schedule. So this kind of gives you the schedule, but I mean, these are all of his old videos here. So you can always go back and just watch something that he's doing, you know. So this is the easiest way to see who's doing what. Come back here and, you know, if you can't catch them live, you can always come in here and see what they've done. Because like Lana hasn't streamed for quite a while, but she's a talented sculptor. You know, you can see what they do. You can decide on if you like their style, right? And a lot of other people streaming actually work through like she's working through her project. I don't usually do that. I just do crap because I usually do a lot of question and answers as opposed to working on a project for a number of streams. But, you know, this gives you an idea of who's doing what, when, and then you can look at the schedule and see what they're doing live. But this is the best way to look and just see if you like how they talk, how they teach, whether you like their style. Yeah, she's talented. She's a talented gal. Honestly, everyone up here is pretty impressive. I mean, this is they have a great group of people who they have for ZBrush Live. It's pretty awesome. Yeah, this is a great character. She's a talented gal too. But, you know, it gives you what they've done, you know, what they do, and then you can listen to them. You can, because some people don't like, you know, Michael talks fast. People are like, oh, he talks too fast, or people can be bitchy about stupid stuff. So, you know, this is an easy way to make sure that you like what they do. And oh, there's Sakaki. All my SK brushes are Sakake's brushes. He's awesome sauce. And this also gives you like the links to their contacts, right? Twitter, that, YouTube, Facebook. Man, Sebastian has everything in its brother. Look at him. He's all Mr. Social Media. Oh, hey, looky. I have a Twitter, I just never use it. I have a YouTube channel. Well, damn it. I have to give them that information. But, you know, this gives you links to their work so you can see their work. So this is a really good resource to find out who you want to watch and what they're doing. And where'd he go? Well, there he is. Mike Thompson's like my hero. Oh, he's awesome sauce. He does 3D models and then they paint them, and then he paints them and uses them for graphics and stuff. And he is a spectacular modeler and a spectacular illustrator. Like, he does stuff for movie posters and such, and, you know, taking the 3D models, lighting them, coloring them, and then using them for two-dimensional graphics, right? So, you know, there's a broad spectrum of people here doing all kinds of stuff. I have to, when is he on again? The 22nd? I have to watch him. Hang out, chat with him. Yeah, no, Shane's classes, and Shane is super easy about breaking out your basic forms. His class is well worth taking. I don't care what you're making. His class is worth taking. And once again, he set up his class kind of how I want to set up mine, where you pay, I think it's $800, $900, whatever it is, but you're then a member for life, and you don't, so and you're part of that community, and that's kind of how I want to do my course as well, is where you pay once and then you're a member. And he does all kinds of stuff. Shane's a great teacher, and his videos are very clear. He's very good at what he does. Yeah, there's nothing in the world I could ever say bad about Shane. I mean, not only is he just one of the nicest, most generous people in the world, he's insanely talented. He's a very talented guy. So yeah. And he's just genuinely nice. It's like, damn it. I'm just not that nice. I try to be nice. I want to grow up and be Shane one day. No, wrong way. Yeah, and like I said, I don't know one student who doesn't think the world of him. So I mean, he's damn good. Super supportive, super talented dude. He is awesome sauce. That doesn't suck. Dun, 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 dun. Ba-do-do-do-do-do. Split mask. There we go. It's at least. Well, yeah, I mean, it's in a lot of ways, it's only been in ZBrush for a few years. It's definitely a big part of what I teach. It's really, the thing is it's not radically difficult, but where a lot of people have problems is they buy these cheap printers, and the cheap printers have crap software and no support. And then that's where you kind of run into issues because, you know, if you don't know how to do it, you don't know how to do it, and it's not helping. And then like you're trying to do supports in ZBrush and that's not going to happen. That's going to do nothing but frustrate you and make you want to throw yourself off a cliff because it's a nightmare. If you don't know what you're doing, it is a nightmare. Because, well, you just get demoralized because all you do is have failures. You know, your prints just turn into failures, and it's just, there's nothing more demoralizing than trying to work. You know, you spent a lot of time and energy on a print, and you're like, oh yeah, this is going to be great. And it fails, and then you're like, oh well, you know, this will be great. And it's not. It's not great ever. It's just not. It's horrible. Trust me, it's horrible. Yeah, a lot of people are talking about this. What is this, like $5,000 if I remember correctly? That's the one you were looking at, right? And that doesn't convert. That's annoying. All right, give me stats. See, that's 31 microns. That's pretty good. I mean, you know, if it's 31 microns, whatever, but I don't know what the hell that is. It's LEDs with humps. That's interesting. That's funny. Oh, I see what it's doing. Interesting. Okay. Well, 31 micron XY is, I mean, that's good, you know? There's nothing to sneeze about that. Compatible with third-party resins. But see, once again, they're not. Well, great. I'm glad you got a 31 micron. But if you notice, if that's 31 microns, you're not going to be able to get that detail. See, I hate when they give me stupid information. Show me one of your parts. See, that's crap. Who cares? I mean, I could do that at 100 microns. There's nothing there. You're not showing me anything. I distrust people who don't show me the product. That bothers me. Let's see. Frozen 4K. Copy. Models. Yeah, you know, that's not bad. 1,400. Surfaces look okay. I mean, you're getting a little striation there. The supports look huge. Oh, that's easy cast. That's just talking about, that's not. Here we go. I mean, you know, that looks okay. I mean, 1,400 is Definitely affordable. I'm just not. See, they're doing these big, huge single sprues. They're not showing me supporting. Yeah. Come on, show me the part. Where's that part? See, I distrust you when you're not showing me big pictures of things. See this stuff right here, poor documentation, bloated UI, and overvote. That's the stuff that kills you. If your software sucks, you just struggle on every part and you stop printing. You know, that's the problem, is that it becomes, I hate, stop, fuck off, I don't, go away, no. I do not like green eggs and ham. That's a beautiful model. I love that model. But see, where's my damn pictures? See, this crap makes me want to scream and punch someone in the eye. It's like, I want to see the image. I don't want to see your... But these are big. I mean, like, this isn't jewelry size. How big is the build platform? You were looking at the 4K. See, the build platform looks pretty small. Why are you not giving me a build platform size? Anyone see build platform size? .170 by 60 by 120. Yeah, I mean, it's not horrible. It's not good. You know, so you're dealing with that. Your build platform's only like that big. I mean, if you're only doing jewelry, I mean, $1,400, you can't go wrong. I'm just worried about the software. They're not showing me. Yeah, it's small. This is Solus size. How big is the Frozen XL? See, that's 50 microns, not 31. That's big. I mean, 11 by 13 by 18, that's good. Oh, print, oh, that's outside. 4777579. So that's just a little bigger Formlabs is, the Form 3 is still a little bigger. How much is the Frozen 4K XL? So at least compare similar products, you know. Frozen XL. No. What? No. Taiwan. What happened? Stop it. So that's about $1,000 or a little over $1,000. All right. I mean, you know, that's not bad. But it's 50 microns. But it's $1,000. You know, so wait. What happened? The price changed ever since I flipped that. Oh no, this is the 4K. Interesting. So the LZ is not actually 4K. Is that what you're telling me? Is that what you're telling me? Yeah, you know, I mean, it's $1,000. Can't go wrong. How much are they selling it for here? Let's see. Well, that's in you. Well, that's quite a bit difference. So that's basically 1,500 euros, which means that's probably about $1,800. Well, don't buy it from the FEP shop. They're kicking it up dramatically. Right? Copy, boom. Yeah, $13.98, so $1,400 for. Oh, did it? I was fine. Oh yeah, there it is. There. Oh, they use the bunny. Yeah, I've seen this. I think I tried this. There's something weird about it. Yeah, there's this, and then there's also the one from Autodesk has one that's free. There are a bunch of them. But if your software isn't good, you're gonna stop printing is what you're gonna do, because you're gonna have a lot of failures, and you're just gonna get frustrated. That is so. I've done absolutely nothing today, and it feels like someone kicked me in my hip. I mean, it's like really specific. I don't remember hitting my hip at all. Bizarro. I mean, I'd be willing to download a few and see what they're like if you want me to check out the slicers, but you know. Look at this though. The other problem with independent slicing and supporting machines is that their support is not taking into consideration the tension, I can't, surface tension or whatever of the printers, and that can change dramatically. So, I mean, you know, it's is what it is. This doesn't scream super supportive to me. It screams odd, but because normally you want fatter, you want these to be cones, not tubes, because you want it to, you know, it's more like a buttress than a peg, right? Because as it disperses the pressure as it goes out, you're getting more support. But I mean, yeah, it's not, I mean, it'd be worth trying, I guess. Yeah, it's the frozen, and there's something cube. Is it like auto cube or something like that? A lot of people are talking about right now. I should contact them and ask them if they'll send me one of these things. Where is it? There it is. Is there a difference between the Sonic and the Frozen Shuffle other than money? It's funny, they're saying it's high precision. This one costs more, and it's still only 50 microns. So why is this one more expensive? The highest resolution printer in the world? That's not true. Fast curing times. I don't understand why this one's $1,000 more. Yeah, someone was mentioning Anycube. Oh, this is the one that's the $300 one. Yeah, $300. You can't beat it. I mean, like, what the hell? But, yeah, I mean, that's one. It's funny that they. See, like, why axis resolution is 1.25 microns, but your DPI is 4. See, crap like this is silly. So that makes me really question about the layer resolution as opposed to DPI. You know, I mean, 1.25, that's an incredible, but it's only Y resolution. So I'm very distrustful with that number. And you know, anybody who doesn't have thousands of pictures of the prints on their page makes me worry. Yeah, look at that surface. That surface is horrible. But, you know, if you're just making cute little ding-dong things, that's fine. You see how it's soft in there, how it fills in? What the hell is that? I don't even know what you're doing, Peter. You're weirding me out. That's what you're doing. Yeah, you know, I mean, you can see that if you don't need good detail, who cares? Any of these things will do. But I mean, $300. I would say that's a great printer for $300. I mean, look at that. That's awesome. Yeah, that's been primered. Like, you know, that's after a primer. That's not what the part looks like. You can see all the lines in the part. But if you're making miniatures for yourself, well, then you can't beat that for $300. So, I mean, yeah, for $300, I'd say that's killing it. And see, they've started to use that same multi-lens focusing that the Frozen. Yeah, no, $300. Can't beat it. I mean, hell. But it is a hobby printer. It's not something you're going to make a living. If you make no detail things, fine. It's great. Yeah, no, that's awesome. So can anyone explain to me why this one is $1,000 more and half the resolution? Anyone? Well, 8.9, so it's bigger. But it's still only half the resolution. I do not understand. Yeah, I think it's the 4x7 or 4.7 by 7.5 by 7.9. Actually, that's real close to the other one. Yeah, no, this one you have to go through 100 pictures of their USB ports. Where are the stats on this thing? Oh, you have to push specs. If I remember. Yeah, there it is. 170 by 60. Right, this is the 120 by 60 by 17. And this one was 140 by 130 by 185. Okay, so this one is a slightly bigger build platform. But, I mean, a build platform. So maybe this one is more powerful because it says it's fast. Yeah, I don't. United States should export the resin as China does. P-Poly provides that service. Why don't you do it? Why don't I provide resin? Because I don't want to do customer support. I'll teach you. I don't want to deal with you like calling me at 3 a.m. going, I need this. Nah, I'm not your huckleberry on that one. I don't know. What? Can I? I'm surprised you can't buy resins on Amazon. Dr. Beard, you're telling me that I gave you my number so I could export you resin? I did not. You just stop right there, crazy man. I don't think Amazon's going to listen to me, sadly. You know, if I get about 4,000 students in part of my community, then I might be able to get Amazon to do something. But well, I mean, I'll customer service my product. What I'm saying is I'm sure shit not going to provide customer service for some Chinese printer company resin. Just say no. Not happening. So we need to straighten this out, right? So now what we do, so that means I need 3 pieces, right? Because at this point, this needs to go all the way through. I swore. Excuse me. And he's like, oh, Tomas, are you sick? Yeah, my allergies are killing me. Boo-doo. Close enough spit. You have to remake the part. Anyway, this isn't a real part. Boop, boop. Soften that. That needs to go out like that. I know. I'll match it later. I'm not too stressed about that. In here. We'll bring this in so this is at least kind of what it's supposed to be doing. And then that starts to straighten out. Excuse me. Ta-da! No, wrong direction. Come on. You can do it. Get up there. Damn it, Jim. No, 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 no. There we go. Yeah, it's a little better. Do I need something there? That's the only place that's not doubled. I guess I could do it out there and we would run into that. All right. Sorry. Let's see. This is a sort of modern take on a Navajo squash blossom necklace. It's kind of what that is. Everything we don't use vulcanized rubber molds. We do a clear silicone mold, and they do break down quicker than the vulcanized rubber does. But yeah, no, I mean, we're not doing hundreds of thousands of parts. So, you know, if you just remake your mold every year or whatever, who cares? It's just easier. Right on. I don't want to watch videos on the stream, but I'll definitely look at it when I get back. Do-do-do-do. Oh, that is so weird. I do not like that. That's annoying. You don't get to hear me munch. Sesame crackers are so good. What happened there? Oh, for God's sake. Making a mess. Is that crossing center? No. Mirror and weld. Not so much. All right. I obviously have to work with that. That's annoying. But that's close. We'll undo that. All right. So I'm bored with that. I have to sit down and work with patterns, and I don't have the patience to deal with that right now. Yeah, that sounds wonderful. So does anybody want me to make anything in particular while I'm here? Because that's that. I don't think it's very compelling to watch me move beads around. Is that super loud? What is that? Oh, we don't need that. We don't need those. Don't need any of that. All right. Anybody have any questions? All right. That's not what I want to do. Yeah. We don't need that subdivision. Come on, don't do it. All right, lower. Delete higher. All right. Well, that's everything I used to do. I mean, all my early stuff was milled. Hold on. I will show you. I think that's it. So this is my old stream. They've really changed this. So yeah, there you go. Yeah. I wish I could just scroll down. Oh, there we go. So that's CNC, that's milled. I like milling. But I'm just milling the waxes and then, doing standard loss wax. All that stuff was milled. So that's the part. Excuse me. And this stuff's all like July 2008. Is that right? Okay, this is July 2008. Oh, that's right. This isn't my first. I was posting things individually, and then finally someone was like, hey, dumbass, do a master post. And so I started doing a master post July 8th. So that's 8, 18. So that's 13 years since this, but I wasn't doing a master post for a few years. So, yeah. Yeah. All right. So, yeah, all this early stuff was milled. That was printed. See? Revo mill. That's Japanese Rolling Stone. That was printed. But yeah, see, these are still being milled. Yeah, there you go. And then anything that was being printed, I was sending to a SolidScape. It's interesting that I was still milling then. Come on. Whole lot of talking back then. And then these were at Green Lake, so these were printed on an Envision Tech and then a SolidScape. Ugh, fucking red wax. Ugh. I'm so glad we don't use red wax anymore. Well, I just exported them as STLs, and then there was the program converted it to G-code. And there are a number of programs that'll take STLs to G-code. So, I mean, and the Revo had its own software, so you could do your own milling paths and stuff, but yeah, it's just sort of the same thing as like finding a slicing program. They have that. Well, you can export. Yeah, now you can export FBXs and that stuff, but I don't mill much anymore. So, well, a lot of people are using milling, so I imagine it's perfectly competent. I mean, if they've incorporated it into their own system, then usually it works at that point. If it's not a test plugin, but it's actually on their site, I'd make wagers it works. I would make wagers it works. Nope, that's not what we're trying to do. Poo-doop. Turn that off. for a second. I need center. Right on. Except that's not what I'm trying to do. Is my excuse me. Control. I want sharper mask at that point. Yeah, there is CNC tools. Is this where Pixologic is? Yeah, ZBrush to CNC machine. Oh, that's right. I looked at this. It looks pretty cool, actually. It is good. Stop it. It's so weird when that changes. Hold on. Bizarro. Hello, how are we doing, Eva Champion? How is your day going? I assume you're under quarantine with the rest of us? Very good. Where are you located? I think I'm liking the concept of New Zealand more and more. There are lots of opals there. First of all, that's a good thing. And they have a really pure biosphere. And it's really, really pretty. Pretty. Oh, nice. Iceland. My one of my business partners, Sampa, is from Iceland. I haven't been to Iceland in a long time. It's been like, it was probably 30 years. And I had a wonderful time when I was there. I really enjoy the people. And let's face it, it's very pretty. Well, if would I have to pay taxes? Sure, probably. But I'm just ready. I'm very frustrated with my country right now. I'm just a little underwhelmed. I'm not real impressed with our education system, our complete, absolute, and utter lack of health care. You know, there are just a number of issues I have with my country right now. It's true. Yeah, I mean, I have no problems paying in taxes. You know, as long as you get something for them. I mean, here we get mutilated and we get nothing. It's ridiculous. Our taxes go to pay off our senators' health insurance, not ours. Oh, me? Did I say he? Um, Technically, that could be true. But I'm going to tell you, if I move to New Zealand, good luck finding me. I'm not going to be really interested in dealing with the states at all. It's like, what? You're going to send the IRS after me to New Zealand? Good luck. Oh, I might be in Thailand. Oh, wait. Man, they have to really want that, let me tell you. I don't think I'll ever make enough money for them to hunt me down like that, sadly. Well, sadly, if I made enough money for them to want to hunt me down, I could just probably pay them off. Just don't be Wesley Snipes. He got busted. Not paying his taxes. Yeah, it's tragic. I'll do it in cryptocurrency, man. They can't touch me with cryptocurrency. I love that. It's like, you really are a silly person sometimes, aren't you? Well, ZBrush is easy to use. It's not necessarily easy to get good at. It just takes a lot of man hours. But that's with everything. I mean, if you plan to get good at something, it just takes time and energy. You know, because, I mean, just take this as example. You don't have to be a rocket science to be able to, you know, paint out the shapes you want here, right? And so this is a way you can generate some quick geometry. Boom. Come down here, hit extract. I don't want it to extract double. I want it to be a little thicker. Extract. Okay, we're going back to the frozen. All right. Oh, well, yeah, that's kicking it out for sure. I'm like, it's a lot more expensive and half the resolution. What's that about? Speed. That's what it's about. Mm-hmm. Dynamesh. Is this grouped? I think it is. Not groups I can use. Okay. Remesh by Dynamesh. Hey Dave, how's it going? No, things are good. Is everything good down there? I mean, I don't know. Did all of your jobs go away with? I lost, yeah, about $14,000 worth of jobs in a little over a week. I lost like 1,200 of that in 3 days. But I mean, you know, I'm starting a class on Saturday, so that's okay. And I still have that gig with the fashion thing, so it's not like I'm starving. So things, you know, and honestly, it doesn't change my lifestyle other than I have to come here to stream. If I had just stayed at home to stream, it wouldn't change my lifestyle at all. How are you guys doing? Maybe he went to bed that quick. He's like, I'm just saying hi. I'm not talking to you. Oh, that's great. No, that's awesome that they didn't stop work, because I'll tell you, you know, feature. I mean, I guess there could be development, but like Dave and all of them, they stopped all of that. So yeah, everyone I know is eating it. The jewelry industry is just completely eating it. But like I said, you know, for me, it's not. I mean, I lost some jobs, but you know, it's just now I'm just going to stream and I'm going to work on the education thing. So it's not, I mean, my overhead's so low, I don't really have to hustle too hard because I just kind of, it's not a dramatic, oops. That's not what I want. Mm. Mm. Yeah, Marvel died. Um, you know, I th- did you ever meet Andrew Jones? I think you all did. Joe. Um, he's now the production designer on The Mandalorian, and like Dave. I know you met Dave Cohen, the mold maker. He's on that. So a lot of the people I know are on that, but that all got shut down. But I think their shooting got shut down, but something was going on. But yeah, no, everyone got hammered. But the jewelry industry's toast. I mean, there's no such thing as an emergency. Like, people can't have weddings. So, no one's doing bridal. The bridal industry is completely taken a shitter. It's funny. All of the trade shows have been canceled. So it's been tough for the jewelry stuff. But luckily the online education stuff's good. I wish I had my full site up. But doing the stuff with Ryan, is okay for right now, for sure. Yeah. Oh my God, I know. And let's face it, when you make that kind of money, it's not like a lot of people are, you're like, oh, well, the paycheck's going to be there, so why should I save money? And oops. Oh, yeah, global pandemic. That's why I should save money. Um, yeah, it's tough. No, I'm super glad that you're still working. That's awesome. Did Mark ever find a place? Has he settled into some work? Yeah. Well, she better make money off that. I mean, her work's so good. There's no point in her not making money, for God's sake. Sorry, everyone. This is Dave Krentz. He's my ex-roommate from college and one of my best friends in the world. So we're doing a little catch up. You all get to deal with that. Oh no, have you made the next round of dinosaurs? Actually, I had someone on here ask me about dinosaur sculpting. I was like, oh, did you look at Dave? He's like, oh, yes. I looked at Dave. I'm like, yes, you did. When's your next Kickstarter ready to go? Yeah, definitely. Let's talk real soon. Love you too. Give my love to the kids and Kim. I'm glad that he found work because Hollywood is toast. They've taken a big kick to the face for sure. And I haven't really checked in with too many people because I've been really myopic on trying to get some work, But yeah, one of my favorite people in the world. It's always nice when the people you love are not eating it completely. It's funny on Instagram. Dave's wife has been posting pictures for a long time, and I was talking to her and I'm like, oh my God, you've got to start making money. Your photos are great. She's a really talented photographer. And it's nice to hear that she is at least on her way to making money off her work. I'm crippled and dying. So how are we doing out there, guys and gals? Anything exciting and new since we last talked? Sorry. I know, I'm a goofy bastard. Did I drive everyone off because I was talking to Dave? Yeah. So, Eva Champion, if you're still here, sorry, I didn't mean to stop that. The thing is that once the interface of ZBrush is very intimidating. But if you choose just one way to deal with geometry first and learn it, and then slowly add the other tools in, you can get there fairly quickly, honestly. You just have to approach it kind of the right way to begin with, or you're going to be chasing your tail and you're going to get frustrated very quickly. And it's just man hours. I mean, just like anything, if you plan to get good at it, it just takes time, you know. The one thing that about ZBrush as opposed to, let's say, Matrix or one of those programs is that it's not really WYSIWYG in the sense of you're not picking, you know, ring body number 3 and you're going to have a 7-carat stone on it. And, you know, it's a little different in that context, but no, I mean, I love it. I don't really use anything else anymore. I used to use Modo to get the base geometry in, but that was just because ZBrush didn't have the tools then, but it has the tools now. How did I dome what? The whole part? I just moved it here. Nice thing about undo history, you can undo it. Right, hold on. So I mask the inside, right? And then I just used my gizmo, and you can see I stretched it up this way, right? You can see that stretch going up, and you can see that it's sort of stretching from here and going up. And then, come on. What are you doing? Control-Shift-Z. Oh, there we go. And so now I stretched it out to the sides a little, so you can see we got thickness tapering there. Then I just grabbed the move tool on X and Z symmetry, and you'll see as I start to just pull it up, it's pulling all 4 sides up, and so I'm just kind of going from the side, looking at how I want it. You can just see I'm playing with the silhouette, right? Kind of pulling the edges down, so that's the quick way of the dome. And literally this is just move. I dynameshed it, and then I started futzing with the inside, softening up a little and just removing some of that so it's not sitting on the body. And yeah, just continuing to futz. Taking those tips up so they don't poke you. Smoothing. I think I re-dynamesh here again. And then I think I'm up here. Yeah. Boop. And then I'm just, with radial symmetry, just dragging it down. And you can see it's cutting that in. Right, and that's where we are. Did that help? Give you a reverse run through. Yeah, no problem. And for things like this, radial symmetry is a good place to start because you can come back, and as you're going up those angles and cutting things back and in, you can do it for the whole part, right? So I like radial. I use radial symmetry quite a bit. It is good. Right, so now, you know, and because I'm slowly working on that, that starts to create a radial dome on these parts, right? And you can see you can get it to work out to where it's truly a dome again. I don't think I'm that worried about it. I just want this to work like a curve. So that's going to cut back and that's going to dome. Oops. Domed. And see that's on a different plane. So I'm going to switch back to XY or XZ. And I'm going to no. I'm going to mask my shape here. And then we are here. Let's actually, oops. I'm going to mask that out. And then that's the shape I kind of want. Go back to Y, turn on my radial symmetry again, and then we're going to just go at that lower dome. You can see it's going to cut that away. We're just going to work that back and down. Kind of get that dome-ish. And I'm going to come back in here and we're going to make this round. And so that sort of gives me a rough shape to go with. And then I need to decide, am I going to continue sort of that half dome going back? So let's just look and see what it does. I want to start there, so let's mask this. I want it to go all the way through, so I'm going to set it to where I can just grab it. Boom. Stop that. Boom. And I need to get rid of that because I want to be able to cut that back. Same with that little area in there. And we'll just do the same thing. Radial. 100. And cut that back. Mm-hmm. That'll at least put me on the same line. And now I can negative and scoop this up. All right. Close enough to spit on for the moment. Come back in here and fill some of that up. Okay. I think that'll do for now. So now we're going to re-dynamesh it just because. Interesting. Let's undo that. Somewhere I need to thicken that up. Use inflate. And I'm just going to inflate that up some. Oh, I didn't have backface masking on. That's why that filled in. All right. That's fine. We'll do that. Now we'll just take clay tubes, turn backface masking on so we're not blowing through this stuff. And we're going to dynamesh anyway, so I'm not worried about that getting too sloppy. Remesh. Oh. Smooth some stuff out. And now let's come in here and do a little shaping so we can find out what our vocabulary is. And I have no damn clue what I'm doing here, guys. I'm just fiddle-futzing until someone comes up with something you need to know. We get to fuddle around with goofy shapes. And so this is sort of what I do most of the time, right? I have no idea what I'm working on. I mean, I don't have an agenda, but I'll start to identify forms that I like and kind of see what they do, you know, because this started out being pseudo-mechanical, but I want these to wind up being fairly organic forms just because I don't want to do mechanical right now. So, you know, you could take this either way, turn this into something that's very hard surface, or start to play with the more organic forms. And we're going to make lumpy Cthulhu organic forms. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Post-nasal drip hell. I think that's a backface masking issue. Nope. Everyone got all of a sudden quiet. Is everyone doing okay out there? Have I bored you all to sleep? I'm sorry. No, it always gets quiet around this time. And then in a couple hours, everyone wakes up and I'm sorry. I don't mean to bore you. Well, that's good. I'm glad it's your sculpting putting you to sleep and not mine. I can now officially blame you. Oh yeah, you can get. I mean, there are printers that are like $500,000. You can spend plenty of money on a printer if you want to. But it's crazy, you know. I mean, when you have companies like Forum Labs coming in and you got to think like their dental stuff, right? They actually have. I can't remember if it's class B or class 1 or what it is, but they literally have materials that you can make dentures out of, so that's expected to be in your body for a long time. I just find it amazing what's happened in like the last 3 or 4 years. The cheap printer technology has just been incredible. It's impressive. It's exciting to see it coming, because I'll tell you what, it's been a pain for a long time when the only printer you could use really cost $25,000. So I have no complaints about this whole world of new inexpensive printers. And once again, I don't want to hear it. A $5,000 printer is an inexpensive printer. I have a Wacom. This is the 24-inch Pro with the Pro engine in it. So my tablet is my laptop. I travel with it. I have a very big laptop case. See? So, close enough? Well, yeah. I mean, like I said, it's all about what you want to do. At the end of the day, you don't start a Formula One race team with, $200. So it just comes down to what you're trying to accomplish. If you're trying to make money off of it, it's not that hard to sell $5,000 worth of anything. As long as it's good, So if you're making money, great. If you're not, a $300 printer that prints at 50 microns is pretty damn awesome, honestly. No, once again, it's all what you need and what you can afford. I mean, I bought a Cintiq like before I bought a computer, really. That's not a joke, that's serious. I saw it in the art department. I want to say it was the Hulk. For some reason that comes to I could be wrong about that. And I saw it and I was like, okay, I need one of those. And I did nothing at the computer. I mean, some Photoshop stuff, but like I was never a computer modeler. I was a sculptor, you know. And I was like, nope, I'm going to need one of those one day. So I bought it. And it was awesome. And I've never gone back. And people are like, oh, you know, Henway and this and that. Yeah, that's all cool. I'm not saying, you know, don't buy the cheap tablet or whatever. But if you can afford it, buy a Cintiq. I mean, they invented the technology. They know what they're doing. It's good stuff. Good stuff. And they're a cool company. I like them a lot. Once again, they've been Wacom been very, very good to me. Honestly, these days, I had someone was helping me out with my education platform, and she was like, "Oh, you know, with this last update, the DAZ plugin isn't working," and I was like, "What are you talking about? What the hell is DAZ?" And so I don't know if you know this, but so DAZ Studio is this, you know, you go in and I think everything's free. Well, not the models, but they give you a base model, like, you know, a male and a female. And then, you know, you can buy all kinds of different body types, but you can go in and change your own body type. You can build it yourself if you want. But, you know, let's say, you know, you want this big bottom girl, you pay $12. You compose it. And, yeah, I mean, you don't need to know anatomy. You can just spend the 10 or $20 on the figure and pose it and then learn your anatomy. I'm not saying don't learn anatomy, but I mean, if you do not know anatomy and you need a mermaid, I bet there's one in here. Let's see, is there a mermaid in here? Mermaids. Boop. So there are mermaids, right? And then they have mermaid poses, so you can pick that. And there's a Go Z from DAZ, so you just push the button, it dumps it into ZBrush. So earlier or late last year, I was like, my God, everybody on the forum, you know, the ZBrush forum is like killing it. The anatomy is so great, you know, just even and then you like look at their other sculpture and their sculpture is not on par with the anatomy that they're doing. And I'm like, I don't understand. I was really confused. And then when she said that, she was like, oh, there's this DAZ thing. And I'm like, oh, you cheating bastards. But, you know, I mean, you know, if you want a hippocampus you can pose, well, there you go. You got one. And, you know, so I think that there are plenty of tools out there that allow you to be able to get some really cool models and, you know, get them in there and use them as the base models. And, you know, if you think about your hourly rate, you know, how long is it going to take you to sculpt it as opposed to downloading it? So I think there's a powerful tool for people who, you know, don't have their anatomy down. Or if you just, you know, if you're trying to be quick, just buy your base model. And I mean, I would sculpt on it. I would use it as a blockout model or something if I were you. Otherwise, you're ganking other people's designs, and that's a little annoying to me. But, you know, I mean, I spend a lot of time and energy trying to get my anatomy right on things, and I'm still a little pig-headed about it. I don't necessarily use it, but, you know, I don't see why you shouldn't if you don't know how to sculpt it. There's so many resources for base models. The nice thing about this is you could pose it, or you can buy poses and stuff. So, you know, if you live near, you know, Louisville Downs, buy a horse and you can, you know, do all kinds of poses, and there you go. Now you're making race jewelry for Louisville Downs. So I think that there are lots of resources out there if you're not a good sculptor. And I don't mean that poorly, or not that you can't become a good sculptor. It's just, you know, you're not at that point yet. There are, I mean, hundreds of thousands of models you can buy pretty affordably. So, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that. You know, like I said, use it as a base model and then do your own sculpting on it. But I was blown away. I was like, holy hell. Now I know how everyone's so good at anatomy. Because all I know is it took years of anatomy classes for me to get good at anatomy. And I'm like, I don't think you're working that hard. I just don't believe it. So I would say not that much, honestly. You know, as long as you understand how to compile the models and, you know, then and merge them together. You know, there's a little learning on that side of it, but no, you know, I think that things like DAZ and I guess Poser, but I don't think there used to be a Poser GoZ. I don't know if there still is, but there's definitely a GoZ for DAZ, and that's cool. I have no problems with that. I mean, like I said, I don't tend to use them because, well, I'm weird. I hand sculpt scales and stuff. I just think, God, I got yawny and sinusy. The weather must be changing outside. Yeah, without a doubt. But, I mean, if you have a project that you need something, you know, buy the model. Who cares? I mean, it's not, as long as you're not just taking their model, printing it, and claiming it as yours, but if you're using it as base geometry and then you're sculpting on it and you're making it yours, most of these are, I don't know, free market, or I can't think of the, you know, you're allowed to use it. If you're completely knocking it off, you know, give them credit, but I don't see why you shouldn't. God, I can't even read. My eyes are tearing up. My sinuses are kicking off. I just love it when the barometer, I'm a human barometer, the barometric pressure changes. I just, my sinuses start to go. One sec, I think I have a spray over here. Give me 1 second. Let me see if I can stop this from making me not be able to see. Too many damn pockets in here. Hopefully that helps. Okay, so let me... keyboard. Bastard. I'm so fat I can't even lean over and get my keyboard. Okay, so... yeah. Do you add reverse scale if you sculpt a dragon as a weak point? Okay, Dr. Beer, what the hell are you talking about? I think it's awesome, the Warhammer. So I used to hand sculpt Warhammer miniatures, and I worked for Rob Partha for a while. And did some stuff early with Citadel, but I used to hand carve them. And now, oh, it's awesome. I think it's absolutely great, the miniature stuff that's going on. I find it very exciting. Oh. I'm like, what in the hell are you talking about? Well, if you want there to be a weak point, then yes, you might as well. But if I'm sculpting dragons, I don't want any damn weak points. You know, if I'm on the dragon side, let's face it, I don't care if you can kill it. I sculpted a few dragons for Rob Partha. I mostly did orcs. Did a lot of orcs. I did, I think, like 2 or 3 dragons that actually made it into production. I did a whole series of Vietnam soldiers. When sculpting on a flat surface, how do you close the hole after removing the unused flat part? Okay, let's see. So, all right. So I got a flat. And you're saying I have a hole. How do I fill that hole? Is that what you're asking? I would use planar flat, and then just hold down Alt. Morph target. Mardesh, can you try to explain that a little bit? So I have a flat object and a hole. Are we talking about this as a hole, or are we talking about actually a hole going all the way through it? Clear that up for me, and I'm happy to answer it. I just have to understand what I'm answering. I don't really use morph targets. I sometimes use layers and morph through the layers for different things. But so if I'm if I have layers and I have the morph points, do you store morph targets from the transitional layers? Is that where you're storing morph targets from? Oh. I've never used. You mean like the blue blocking glasses? I've never used them. I don't know. Um, I mean, I have thousands and thousands of hours, and I don't see that my eyesight's really gotten worse. I mean, I'm old. I'm getting old, so my eyesight's getting worse, but nothing's so dramatic that I'd notice it. And if I don't have it happening to my eyes, I don't. I'm not sure about that. Um, um, well, it completely depends. Yeah, I'm doing very good. How are you doing, Knight? Um, like I did this, right? Is that what you're saying? So I sculpted this on the flat surface. Right, that. So what, sometimes I'll sculpt it here on a flat surface. Are you saying like how do you remove that flat? Oops. Good, good. You can. You mean like, is that what you mean by how to get rid of it? Or, because like the last thing I just used mask and extruded it. I'm still not quite sure what you're asking there. It's half one way, half dozen the other. Like on the cicada, no, I just sculpted all the parts. And then I used Sculptress Pro to drag out the water. Um, but for things like this, I just extract. I mean, I found my base shape and just extracted it. Very good. How is your quarantine treating you? Do you have quarantine blues yet? Can you send me an image of it? Um, if you send me an image, I can kind of get an idea of what's going on. Otherwise, I mean, it could be 100,000 things. But take a screen cap and send it to me, and I can give you. Yeah, because like I said, depending on what it is, it could be a million things. Right? No, exactly. It should be good for your portfolio. Get to work. It's funny, and a lot of my friends are like, "So this hasn't affected your work schedule at all, has it?" I'm like, "No. The only difference is I have to come up here to stream because at the homestead we don't have very good internet in any way, shape, or form. So I have to come up here to stream. But it's nice because I am considered an essential worker in the state of Washington, so I don't have to be cheesy. I can actually be legal, but I'm also a complete and absolute germaphobe. So I have a bottle of 99% isopropyl that I spray on everything, and yeah. Right? No, exactly. I I'm myopic OCD, and I've never been tested, but there's substantial evidence that I am on spectrum with you. So, yeah, I this is isolationism is life as far as I'm concerned. You can do either. Um, if you have, now I assume you're talking about jewelry. Most of the time, chains are manufactured. So you do the links and then they're assembled. If you're printing in metal, like direct metal printing, it's easier, or it can be easy to print them together. Or you get the waxes printed together, and like I've had a number of pieces where I did, I printed them as one part and then had them cast as one part as well. That becomes a slightly trickier process, and it's not cheap. You have to have someone who has big casting equipment. But I like doing that. I like casting everything in one piece. And like I said, now with direct to metal printing, you know, there's some cooler solutions that can be done with that. But sadly, none of those solutions are cheap. But it's fun. But you can easily print and cast like mechanical functions together. And when a pivot or that can be done. Yeah, no, I don't know what I did. I really feel like someone kicked me in the hip, and nothing happened today that I can remember. I'm like, I understand getting old where things hurt, but like getting old and like all of a sudden it feels like someone kicked you in the hip. That makes no sense to me. I don't understand that at all. I have to be like slightly frustrated with that process. I might have to leave early tonight so I can get in the hot tub before I go to bed, so I don't wake up a cripple. That's not very compelling. I don't like these. Not very compelling. No, I mean, I might have, but I don't. I mean, I was fine until I was sitting here for a few minutes and I got to move and it feels like someone punched me in the hip. It's like, what in God's name? So, I mean, I guess it could have happened, but I don't. I distinctly don't remember it happening. And I'm usually fairly body aware. Um, yes. So I will do this quite often, like start flat. But then normally what I'll do from it is I will extract the part and then reproject to it. Because trying to cut the back off is just sloppy, and it's just so much easier to, here, let me. Oh, yeah, let's do that. Like with the lampshades, I did this because it was important to have the curve and everything. So we'll go to here, turn that into a plane, delete lower, turn that into a plane. Come on. Not cap lock, shift. Divide. Okay. All right, so right, and so I'll get there and I'll work on it and do my sculpt and then I want it to stand off. Right, so, oops. And then you pulled it out for some thickness, right? So, well, it's 2 o'clock. So often what I'll do is, you know, you want it to be that thick. You want this resolution. So there are ways of capping this off, cutting it, filling holes, and then you need to kind of, with Sculptress Pro, go in and get rid of it. I find that, honestly, it's just a pain in the butt. So often what I'll do is, all right, I'll just duplicate this, go back to the other one, undo, 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 undo. Oh no, go to the other one, undo it to where it's flat. Come on. Oh, duh. Sorry. Or you can, you know, just start over or whatever, but get it in there, go here, turn that on, turn on transparency. All right. Dr. Your name's awesome. Bevorkian. Turn Q off. Come here. Turn on my mask. And I'll stay within those lines. And now extract it. You're extracting. Okay. And so now, hide that. We now have this, right? Turn this back on. Get this in here, W. Get it up here, kind of get it to our general area. Dynamesh it. A bearded Kevorkian? I think I do. Is there any tool in Z similar to Marvelous? I don't know what Marvelous is. Is that Marvelous Designer, the fabric stuff? No, not really. Have you scaled before extraction? Oh, you mean to... Nah, don't bother with that. I mean, it's just... Alright, I don't know why this is... This should not be a tough... Oh, do I have parts of this masked? Dr. Kevorkian isn't that old, is it? Of course I know who Kevorkian is. The assisted suicide guy who keeps getting arrested. But there are a few states, Oregon's one of them. There are a couple others that have what they call Kevorkian laws, where like in Oregon you can do an assisted suicide, but there are conditions or whatever. What are you processing? This is not rocket science. I just asked you to Dynamesh this, didn't I? You were so frustrating. And then I'm just going to use trim dynamic and just knock it down to where you can see the under edge there, right? So just get it to the surface that you sculpted it to. And then project all. And it should project right into what you've sculpted. You have your thickness, and now you have a good base geometry. 10 a.m. Okay, so you're calling me old? Is that what I'm hearing? I just got called old again. I see how you are. Are you Generation Z? Are you a Zoomer? It didn't go down. It just was thinking. Didn't it? Did I lose the stream? No. If it froze, it's because my poor machine's thinking. Yeah, it was thinking. I don't know what I asked it to do, but it choked out. So there you go. You have that projected. You have it sculpted. And now you have good, clean geometry. Now, normally what I would do after the Dynamesh, I would Z-remesh it. So I have subdivision levels, but that's an easy way to go about it. How can that take any longer than you trying to cut that hole and close it? Trust me, that's fast. It's not. Because you're working off something flat. Your mask is right there. You just turn around, mask it, and extrude it. And you have good, clean geometry. You don't have to futz with afterwards. I mean, what you're asking, is there a way to do, you know, this? Trim rectangle. Delete lower. Trim. Wow. Yeah. Didn't like that. This update has been a little squirrely. Come on. Very strange. We don't go forward that far. Okay. Why is my UI size making you crazy? Is it too small? I got a lot of stuff to be on there, man. I need a lot of room. All I know is this is the 24-inch. When I get my 32, you should see how much crap is in that UI. Glasses. That's why I have bifocals, so I can see small stuff. I remember I first got bifocals on, might have been Congo. But I kept looking at plans, and then you're looking up at the model and looking down at the plans and looking up at the model and looking down at the plans and looking up at your set and looking down, looking up, looking down. And my optician was like, I'm going to give you bifocals because that way when you look down, you know, the transition from looking up and looking down isn't that bad. So yeah, I can, and I think I can actually get it smaller, honestly. Now let's see. Display settings. Yeah, so that's the top of that. But if we go to 100, there you go. Right. Actually, that works better. I can get more crap in there, can't I? Right? Is that better? Yeah, I think 125 is probably better. There we go. That's right. Bifocals. I am using a magnifying glass. So, sorry. Mardash QW plane divide, 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 divide. All right. Q. So, I mean, I'd be interested in how you're doing it now if you think that's, because, I mean, so if you're saying a bigger file, right, you know. Oh. I'm like, why is that so soft? Right here, let's be a little bit more rational. Right, so I'm going to extract that right now. because that's my base, right? Extract. Accept. So now I have the rough form there. So now when I come in here and I start sculpting on this, and I've sculpted away. And then I want to go stretch it up. So now I have this rough shape, but you know, it's obviously not matched to the sculpt. But you just take it, move it in. Excuse me. And like I said, at this point, I'd probably dynamesh this. And then I would probably Z-remesh it, but you know, you can go from here anyway and just project all. And there you go. You know, you can divide it up where you have more geometry. That's only 170,000 polys, but you can see that that's a pretty fast process. Hey, Saeed, how's it going? Did he make a new caliper master? I know that he was a little frustrated and didn't he kind of stopped working on it. Caliper master was awesome. So is this a print? Wrong one. So Imperial Fist, kind of tell me what's going on here. It's a matte. Well, I mean, I'm not really seeing what the problem is. Is it like this texture here you're talking about? Is this a filament printer? What's going on? I kind of see like bigger cells here. Is that? Is this a filament printer? It looks like a filament printer, right? I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I know so little about filament printers. The only thing I could think of is that it's maybe like temperature and feed rates, but I don't really use filament printers, so I'm not really sure. Someone out here might be able to help you. Because if it's giving you holes, the only, I'm just thinking about the process, but it's weird that it would do it in the same places. Yeah, I'm sorry. I wish I could help. I don't really use filament printers, so it's much harder for me to troubleshoot it. Because once again, you're dealing with layers. Because the only thing I think that would be the problem would be either, it's not hot enough to bind, or it's not hot enough so it's stretching and leaving hole, it's stretching thinner than your average filament. So all I could think of is a temperature or a feed rate issue. Yeah, that'd be my guess. I'm just thinking of logically what could be happening. If you're getting holes, it means that it's not binding or it's stretching too thin. If it's cool, it's stretching, it's not binding, and you're getting holes. And once you have that hole, then, the next round's going, you're going to hit the same issue. So I would look at your feed rate and or your temperature. That'd be my guess. But like I said, I don't use filament printers, so that is a guess. Okay. I want to make my own designs with 3D printing and sell it on Instagram. Do you have any advice for starting my business? Well, to be deadly honest, if you're going to be doing it on Instagram, get on Instagram and just flood it. There are algorithms that are very good. I don't know them. I'm not the greatest. I'm actually kind of a pathetic social media person. But they're like, if you post at Tuesday at 4 p.m., you're going to get the most saturation. Da, da, da. There's a lot of research about that. So I would read that, There are a number of classes that are supposed to be very good about how to get your stuff up and out. I mean, I was fairly well known before social media kind of took off in the way it is. So I'm lucky people hunt for me, if that makes any sense. So I can keep a sub level of work without having to go out and hunt for work. But I would say, learn about those algorithms about when to post. And they're like, oh, you need to put something on my story like every day and then post at 2. And that's how the algorithm works, and you'll get more saturation. And then also link your website to here. Let me show you if you can get this to work. And if you notice, I say if you can get this to work, because I still can't get this to work. But now let's go to one sec, messages. Not now. Earthfire Opals. He has, here you go. And so his site has, do you have to click on the page? Wah. I say this, and God, isn't that gorgeous? Oh man, I just love opals. Now, how in the hell? I was just looking at it earlier today, and you can roll over and you see price tags, and it links to a page, but I don't know why it's not working here. It might be because I'm on the internet and not my phone. But if you look at his Instagram on your phone, oh, that is just so sexy. Oh, I love it. You can roll over and get the pricing. I'm not quite sure how he does it. Oh, holy hell, that's a beautiful opal. I like that one a lot too. Good God, I could sit here and look at opal porn all day. Just look at that. That is sick. Ah. Okay. but get your Instagram integrated into your shop and get it going. But yeah, I would say look at those algorithms and make them work, because supposedly they work. I don't know anything about it, obviously. I can. Yeah, I love opals. Opals are really one of my favorite things in the world. And diamonds that fluoresce. I love glow in the dark diamonds. I'm a geek that way. Sorry. Yeah, that would probably be my. Because I'm a crappy social media person, I'm not always the best person to ask. Someone explained that to me today, that I was a miserable social media individual. But I would say that, just honestly, the best thing you can do is make good work, right? So just get as much work as you can get done and spend that time and energy and learn how Instagram works as far as the algorithms and how to get, because they're like how you use their, like, do you promote, do you not? Yeah, it's tricky. I mean, how many followers do you have on Instagram? It's sad. I only have like 3,000. I suck at this game. I really do. So all of you come join my Instagram and invite your friends too, so I can have some. This is boring. This is a lousy design. I was just futzing off. Not super excited with where this was going. Sadly, people want my time for free. Trying to get people to pay these days is like a nightmare. The problem is there's so much for cheap, and people who are just coming in who are willing to work for nothing. It's like you tell people your day rate's $1,800. They're like, what? I'm like, well, that's what I charge. Yeah, that's not very compelling, honestly. Woohoo! I got more followers. Does the use of alpha 3D ornament reduce the quality of the model? No. As long as you have the geometry to make it clean, Here, let's see. Let's go back to. Do I have something that's just a base? Yeah, that's okay. Let's go back. Do I have anything here that I really will be pissed if I lose? No. No, I didn't. I didn't even know there was an Outback Opal series. I'm an Opal whore. I love them. So let's go here. Hold on. Lightbox tools. Jewelry tools. So these are a bunch of design elements. Let's pick a floor. split masked. All right, so let's turn this into an alpha. Frame bump. Right. So let's go to standard. Where are you? Standard. We are going to go draggy. We're going to alpha, and we are going to say grab document. So now we have an alpha. So we're going to come back here, frame. Stop it. Why are you doing that to me? There we go. Now you're going to need more than 1,000,000 polys to make it work. So let's go higher res. 7 should be okay. And that's not the way we want it to go. You know, so you can back face mask, important. Turn back face masking on. You know, you can sit futz with it this way and get it to where you want it to be. And you know, that's not, I mean, if it were part of the design and it were working, you know, there's nothing wrong with that. You know, obviously you would work the place out where it actually fit, but and this is sort of hard to place because you're doing it in the round. You know, turning that into a vector displacement map works really well as well, but no, I mean, there's no problems using alphas. No, thank you. Yeah, that was a big collection of trying to get things to be alphas, and that's pain in the butt. All right, just curious about making ZBrush but need a 3D printer. Yes. You want a resin printer. Yes. Depending on your budget. You know, we were looking at the Frozens earlier. Now that'll do like 31 microns. The build plate is small, but I mean, what was it, like $1,300? So that's cheap. The Frozen's cheap. I'm going to try to get a hold of one so I can see the parts on it, and then I'll be able to tell you a little bit more about the software and stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, for an entry level, that looks pretty good. If you're actually looking for a production machine, I'd say the entry level prosumer machine is the Form 3, and that's a beautiful printer. And that's $4,000 for the machine, $5,000 if you want the curing and washing thing. And those are good to have, honestly. So, and then, you know, if you want to set up to a professional machine, you know, buy a SolidScape, that's $25,000. So it depends on what you're looking for. But if you're just learning, that Frozen looks like a really good deal for, you know, an interesting price. Oh, you have a Frozen. And do you like it? Well, thank you. I appreciate it. So we should talk, Darren, because I want to send you a model and I want to see how it prints. I have this Mayan mask that I use to test printers, and I'd like you to run it on a Frozen and tell, you know, I'd like to see what it looks like if we could work that out. Solus is great as well. Now, Solus is a beautiful printer, but once again, the build platform at 25 microns is like that big, and that's just useless for me. I mean, you know, they're great. They're worthless as far as size goes. You know, I can't print sunglasses on that. I can't print cuffs or bracelets on that. I can't print big chain links on that. So if they made it, with a real bed size, that'd be awesome. But that's the problem with the LCDs, is how do you get one big enough and retain that resolution? That's the big problem with them. But with 8K coming, that could solve some of that. Oh, wow. Solaces or the pew pew phasers. Is it? Or Frozen. Oh, that's awesome. There was some really beautiful work done in Game of Thrones. The new Frozen or the new Solace? Did they come out with the bigger Solace? We were just looking at the Frozens. Is that the Frozen or the Solace? I'm so damn confused. All right, crackhead. Which printer are you using? Oh, no, I haven't. Is it the same size? No, I haven't. Well, I saw it at JCK like 3 years ago, and they never came out with it. Jesus, it's jumped up to... I mean, it's just 80 mil by 45 mil by 110 mil is just so small. And it's $2,000 more than the Formlabs. I mean, yeah, 110. Well, no, I guess that's not that bad. About 110 by 80 by 45. If the 110, is it? Yeah, see, 45 by 80. Yeah, that's not a big, it's just so small. I mean, that's your build platform. That's so tiny. No, it's nice that it's all inside one thing now as opposed to things being all over the place. Or do you still need the exterior? No, I would say the 4K Solus is higher res. It'll do real 25 micron. Oh no, trust me, the prints are beautiful. Don't get me wrong, I love his prints, and actually I like their software as well. I just, actually, yeah, that's my piece. This is what I was talking about, having you print and look at it. No, I know Emil, and I mean, when they first came out with them, I loved the printer, but they didn't have any software then, and I'm just like, no, I can't do anything with that. It's worthless to me, but no, they're fantastic. In his software, I like his software. I think it's a beautiful machine. It's just so small. But I mean, if you're just doing bridal and stuff like that, if you're doing rings, that's great. But I make some big things. Is it a little bigger? I have to talk to Emil about it. But it's pricey. I mean, that's $2,000 more than a Formlabs. Now that doesn't, you don't need the LEDs in it, right? You don't need a projector. That was the other thing, trying to get the projector and everything all lined up. I was just like, "Rah." Yeah, Contour, that's their software. I like the software, honestly. I'm not very good at navigating in it, but I like how it works. I think it's intelligent software. And yeah, this multi-prong supporting is just pure sex. And it's smart enough to figure out on its own as opposed to you having to go in and do it. His software is very good. I'm going to have to talk to him about this printer. No, for miniatures and stuff, there's nothing better. And his resins are good. His castable's good. I mean, it's a fantastic machine. If it had a build platform that was 5 times bigger, I'd jizz myself on it and you'd never, ever have me doing anything other than it. But it's just really small. Cool. But I mean, that's the model right there. This is what I send to people. When they say my printer does high resolution, I send them this model. And like I said, this is the stuff that's the detail, not these things. You know, it's like, actually, I don't even know if this is really the finished one. Hold on. Yeah, no, this isn't even the finished one. I have stuff going all the way around the sides. Huh. Interesting. No, the printer's beautiful. And this is printed on the old one. I mean, this is well over a year old, I think. Is it his casting? I know I've seen is it one of his resins? Because I saw, is this the blue cat? Yeah, how you can just pull it off. I love the supports. I think it's, like I said, it's a gorgeous printer with, oh, that's interesting. You didn't used to be able to do that. That's nice. That you can stack it. I'm going to have to talk to him again. Actually, I haven't heard from him. I sent him a model. I wonder what's going on with that. I love that. That model is just gorgeous. God, he is talented. I love him. He's a badass. He's a badass. He'll do. Yeah. Yeah. No, I think his new resin stuff is good. You know, I mean, it's a beautiful thing. It's just, I just wish they made one. I guess it never quite. It was about 3 years ago that he showed it at JCK, the one with the bigger platform. And I guess they just kept having problems with it and it never came out, which is a shame because it was very sexy. But, you know, this is super nice now that it's all one package. You don't have to try to attach the video thing to it, you know, blah, blah, blah. It's not without a doubt that's... So basically, I suggest to try to get your models into 1 million polygons or less, right? So it just, like this, I bet we could decimate this to 150,000 and we wouldn't lose too much edge for that. This is what, 7.9 mil? Let's lower the res because we just don't need to deal with that much right now. Might choke the machine out, delete higher, delete lower. Come over here. Let's duplicate this. Come over here, go 150K, boop. And so if you have something like this that doesn't have a ton of detail, you can get it down to, you know, like I said, I bet this will work at 150,000 polys. The thing to remember is this, is that you don't want the computer that's driving your printer to choke out, right? It'll take multi-million poly models, but it has to think about it. And the simpler you make it for your printer, the less problems you have with your printer choking out at some point and pausing or lagging. And that little pause or lag screws you. And so here, this is 150,000 polys. That is 2 million polys, right? And like you can see the tessellation starting there. And you know, you're not getting that much difference. I mean, if I did like, what is it, 3-card Monte, you probably wouldn't be able to tell this too much. I mean, you can see sort of how it sorts there. But, you know, I mean, really, that's pretty dramatic. That's one, that's the other. So you can see how the adaptive algorithms really work. So you can send that model off and you're not going to have any loss of fidelity of the surfaces, right? So I would take it down to 150,000. You know, the smaller the model, the better it is because you're not going to choke it out. But I would say I try to keep all of my models below 1 million polys. Doesn't work with that. This model, I did it at, oh, did I delete it? Did I close the window? On that Solus image, that was like, I think I left it at 2 million poly, so it had a lot of edge fidelity or surface fidelity. But yeah, I would try to keep it 1 million or less. Well, 800,000 is below 1 million. That's what I'm saying. I just tend to like to keep, you also in your own printers, you know, most people are going to be sending these to other people. There are a lot of people who have cheap computers that run cheap printers and you get all kinds of weirdness. I just find keeping them small only helps. So, because you can jam more things on the plate and blah, blah, blah. But you can see here, you can't tell the difference between the models at, 2 million and 150,000. Now, if you have any kind of surface detail on, you need more. But if you keep your models under 1 million polys, you're probably going to be safe pretty much anywhere. Thanks, photo and gesture. Oh, you mean the picture of me? Thanks. My friend Daniel Zetterstrom is a photographer, and he took a bunch of images for me, and they work pretty well. I'm still about the same weight, so I'm just quite a few years older. I mean, that picture is probably 10 years old. I don't look that much different. I still have big ass bags under my eyes. Yeah. Of course. Anything I could do to help, my friend. All right. What time is it? 2:30. I'm not really working on anything. If anyone has any questions, please ask. And if not, I might turn in early tonight and try to get in the hot tub because my hip hurts and I don't know why. But don't hesitate if there's any questions. Please ask me now, and I will be more than happy to show you anything. I'm not like in a big hurry to leave, but if I'm not doing anything, I I'm not really working on anything. There aren't a lot of questions, so I don't mind stopping early if... Well, the problem is most alphas aren't real depth information. I mean, the best way to get, you know, like I did with that, like I showed you just a few seconds ago with my model, and hold on, let's grab a sphere. Oh, must make 3D polymesh. There it is. Sphere. All right. Cute. So let's go to standard. I find that standard is, if you're using alphas, it works the best as far as keeping sharpnesses and stuff. So we have this alpha, right? All right, I obviously need more geometry there. Right? And so that's a curved surface. But you're asking... Stop it. Damn it, Jim. Hold down controls. Got a mask. And I have my alpha. So are you at... Are you asking how to make the mask and then extract? Extraction does not give you depth information, right? You can see that that has the depth information in it. That's a true alpha. But it's not a dimensional object, right? And when if you extract, it will only give you a flat. Now, if you're trying to append star, give me a plane. Now, if you're trying to make a 3D object, so you can do the alpha, which is an okay way, right? We just came here. We had our go to standard. You drag it on. Now you have a 3D object. What are we doing? All right, Gary, so you have that, right? Wonderful. Now, if you want something, but that's an alpha, so it's only straight edged, right? You get no undercuts, right? It's all straight down. So now let's do the same thing over here. Oh. And you want to start with that alpha. But you want some dimensionality to it. You know, I would go to a vector displacement map. You can do that. You know, doing your... Ooh. That might be a wee too big. All right, we're getting a little bit more dimensionality in here. But let's take slide. You know, let's say you want some real overhangs. Right, where you actually want your alpha to be dimensional. Right, so you want to make sure to look at your mesh. You have that distortion there and there. So what you do is you come over here, you just mask this off. Mask this up. Oh, I have that damn turn alpha off. Mask that and then come in with planar, knock that flat, knock that flat. But you can see there's still a distortion there. All you have to do is, now that you've knocked that flat, come in, mask it down, just oop, and now come over here to deformation, and you take your morph to grid. Oh, this is a different size. That's the problem. This isn't the right grid morph. I wasn't paying attention earlier, sorry. But I'll get this to be as straight as I can without morphing my grid. The morph grid is a very specific geometry, and I didn't start there, so I have slightly odd geometry, but that's okay. All right, close enough to spit on. We're going to take this, we're going to bring this in, and yeah, let's just soften those edges a little. But we have the overhangs, and then what you do is you come over to brush, and you go from mesh, right? And so now you, well, you need more. But you, that should be my VDM. One of your piece is earring with tiny detail. Awesome sauce. Yeah, the cicada necklace is awesome. One of your pieces, earrings with tiny details. Can you show you? Do you know which one you're talking about? All right, David Lee. Do you have a picture of the spiral you're talking about? Can you find me a picture? No, I don't think either of them are good. I don't know anyone who uses. Oh, you know what? Thomas Rousseau uses filament printers. Yeah, tech. See if you can get Thomas's because he made like a whole. There's someone else using a filament printer. Do me a favor and email me, and I will find out. There are a couple people who are using filament printers. Thomas is one. But Yeah, it's late. My brain's not working too good. I'm sorry. Sent you a Pinterest link, did you? Where's the link? Okay, everybody, hold on for a second. I'm looking for the Pinterest link and I'm not seeing it. Can you send me the link again, just real quick? Yeah, send me an email and I'll ask. I know that Thomas Rousseau does it, uses filaments, but there's another guy who was doing some big costume pieces, and now I can't remember off the top of my head who it is, but I'll find out. Okay. No. That's not the spiral piece. No, I got you. I need David Lee is very inspired for me to answer this question, but I need to. David, send me the link again so I can. I'm not seeing your link. See, you're starting here, and I'm not seeing a link in your. Yeah, you start here as far as I can tell, my friend. No problem. David Lee, send me that link. Send it to me again so I can see it. And I will happily answer your question. And Shaheen, I'm not sure what earring you're talking about. David Lee. Send me an image. Hey, David, send me an image. David, send me an image. Why is my VDM not working? That's not. See, that's making the whole thing. That's the wrong. It's not under alpha. Or is it? To mesh. Okay, first of all, none of this should be going on trim front. Way to screw your trim front up. All right. Where did you send it to me? Did you email it to me? No. No. So you didn't email it to me. How'd you send it to me? To show. I don't know what the hell's going on over there. Come on. Why are you acting like that? That's not what I wanted to do. For God's sakes, I don't even know what I'm doing. Never mind. I forgot what this is about. Oh, goodness gracious. Come in here. And then that is you gotta have the right damn brush on. Standard. That's not it either. I'm doing something wrong. Sorry, I'm tired. I can't even damn think. See, but that says it's 3D. Do we have an overlap there? Yeah, there it is. Okay. Alpha from mesh. Okay. Why is that not? But there it is. Now you have your overlaps. It shouldn't be pulling like that. I got something wrong with my geometry. Oh, this is the wrong size. That's the problem. Okay. So how did I do that? Oh, I'm sorry. That. Well. Okay. That was sort of a. Let's see if I can. So I built a model out of. Here, I'll do it this way, just to develop the base geometry quickly enough that we can actually talk about this. Basically, all I did was I built that shape. There is no there's no trick. There's no gimmick. You have to make it, right? That's what a lot of this stuff, especially stuff I make. There isn't. It's not a I'm going to make a cool star tool. No, you actually have to actually sculpt it. So basically, So I had, I'm just going to do it this way so it's quicker. And this is not how I develop my geometry, by the way. I actually built these in 3-dimensional spaces. And so, okay, we're just going to do something like that, okay? Because that's kind of what was going on. All right. Extract. Right, so I had my shape. And like I said, I didn't do it that way. I actually used a cube and I stretched out and matched it. And I mean, I literally built that in ZModeler, right? So then we'll just Dynamesh this. What's going on? Okay, whatever. And so then I had my mesh cube. I came in and I sculpted it. Then W, make sure it's in the center of the world, turn symmetry off. Boom, boom, center of the world. Now, array mesh. Turn on array mesh. Oop. Array mesh. Turn on array mesh. Make sure you lock position, lock size, transpose. And we are facing the Z axis, right? So I want Z to be, here, let's do 5, 6, whatever. We want this to be rotate. And I'm going to spin that around, there you go. So I want that to be 360. And then I literally slid these around until I found the form I liked. So now for the over and under stuff at those intersections, you literally just come in here and you can move one. Right, so that's going over, that one's going under, blah, blah, blah. Take it, make sure everything's what you want. I then turn array mesh off real quick. Turn array mesh off real quick. I come back in, I tune this up, I get it to be where I want it to be. Turn array mesh back on and tune it here. And then export the mesh, and that's how I came up with those shapes. There wasn't a... I'm assuming the spiral, when you're talking about spiral, we are talking about this, right? Am I hallucinating? This is what you just sent me, right? So I came up with a bunch of just quick forms and then array meshed them. And so like here, you can play with these and get them to be, the shape you want. Turn on symmetry. And then just grab W and you can slide them around until you find some shapes you like. And this is literally how I built those. I would sculpt a cool shape and then I'd go in and play with the sculpt a cool shape going. Where's the spiral? Is this not what you sent me? Am I like totally off base? This is the picture you sent me, right? No, this is Shenin. Okay. Did you send me a picture of the spiral? David Lee. Oh. Okay. Okay, that's priceless. All right. So, no, stop. Everybody, stop. Go away. Sorry. Sorry. That's not a spiral. Now let me see. Is that still in? I'm just gonna make this a box right now. No, array mesh is not turned off. Turn array mesh off. So there used to be a spiral in initialize, but my shapes aren't there. I wonder why. In initialize, there used to be a spiral. It's been a really long time since I've ever used that base, because within the Z modeler tools, you have a ring and you can get it to be a point. Sorry, hold on, and you can taper it. Where's my taper? There it is. So you can get there on that, but to actually get the spiral, I mean, see, sadly, I don't know where that spiral base is anymore. Let's go to here and see if it'll, see, this hasn't changed. It used to be, under initialize, there used to be option. Okay, so that's that cylinder, right? So there, so in here's our, there used to be a spiral in there. Oh, here, spiral. There you go. And so from there, you come down to initialize, and you can change your thickness. You can change the thickness down. You can change the radius. That's the twist. Level of subdivision there. Yes, divide. Twist. And then, you know, just cut it off where you want it. But that's the spiral. Does that? Right? So that changes your coverage. You can adjust the thickness. You can change your divisions here so it's smooth. So where that is if you go into tools, see spiral 3D, hit that. That'll give you that. You come down under initialize, change your coverage, you know, decide where you want it to be, and then you can do, you know, your radiuses, thickness. Oh, there it is. Right. So is that, there it was. I just had to find it. They moved my menu. I haven't used this in forever, so you know, and that'll change how your so yeah, under initialize, and that'll work with any of these tools. If you come up here and under the second menu here, anything that has a 3D behind it, like this, like gears, like you can come in and you can change, you know, the width. You can change the tilt, right? You can do this, RC, profile. You can change what the profile is, right? So yeah, you know, you can change what the tooth looks like this way. So you can do all these profiles, and then you know, it gives you like all this stuff. So you can twist it around. So, you know, there are all kinds of stuff you can do with that. Right. So any of these tools up here in your tool menu that have that 3D in it, you can go in and futz with in initialize down here. Doom. Doom. Right. So, yeah, that's where that is. What the hell is that? It's the caterpillar brush. I'm like, I know that thing's in there somewhere. Of course. Sorry it took me a second to wrap my head around where it was. And what you were asking. Sorry, I didn't, you know, you saw what I was looking at. Of course. All right, kind and gentle folk. It's 3. I'm going to call it a little early tonight because I want to get in the hot tub before I go to bed because I feel like a crippled, broken old mess. So, yeah, I will be here next Monday, and join my Instagram, which is TS Wittelsbach. Join my Twitch. Classes are going up all the time, so you can sign up for that. Come back and watch all the other awesome people on Twitch. Yeah, I'm kind of a mess right now. Kind of tired and a hurt. My fingers are starting to hurt. I'm falling apart. It's no good. Physically collapsing under quarantine, I guess. Okay, kind and gentle folk. Have a great evening, morning, afternoon, wherever you are. Be safe, please. And yeah, I will see you next Monday. Have a good one.